Hello, if I may briefly introduce myself. Whiskers. Scott Whiskers. Since I think we'll spend quite a while together, and I already like you pretty well, I would like to apologise briefly. You surely expected an elaborate cutscene. Well, all that would cost trillions of bucks, and my creator is honestly a pretty poor fellow. In fact, he thinks you should be happy that the game is even available in more than 256 colours. Furthermore, this game also has a certain educational mission. And it's meant to give my teenage audience an impression of how Grandpa experienced adventure games back in the early 90s, shortly after the invention of the second mouse button. And since historical authenticity is more important than gameplay, the game will now run in high resolution 320 by 240 pixels. Have fun! Nah, don't worry, just kidding. Of course I want you to use your 8K monitor to its full potential. So bygones be bygones and let's just get on with it. You probably know how to play an adventure game, right? It's really quite simple. It's best to take a look at the controls first. You don't have to memorize the controls now, of course, unless you have a photographic memory. Then I congratulate you. Unfortunately, I can only remember things for a maximum of 5 minutes. That's why it's good I can always look up the controls in settings. Where was I again? Ah yes. For example, if, say, a phone suddenly starts ringing, tap your finger on the phone. Select the hand icon in the action menu and use the phone. And if you're in a hurry, just double tap quickly and I'll run like hell to fulfill your wish. I said when a phone suddenly starts ringing.
Scott? Good morning. Had a good night's sleep?
Hey Mary, sure. Just struggled to get out of bed.
Yes, I know. And I am sorry. But we're having a medium-sized crisis here at the shelter.
Is this about Grumpy Chucky? Is he still miffed because I fed his arch rival first yesterday?
Oh, Chucky is a sweetheart again. Has only cost me a brand new Valerian mouse.
Flattery in the early morning? As much as I would like to help you, I have my day off today.
Scott? Please? Your last name starts with a W, making you the last on my short list of helpers to ask.
You have convincing arguments. Alright. Even though I know that probably a bloodbath and no intoxicating mouse awaits me in the cat room, I can't refuse you anything, as usual.
Thank you very much. You are the best.
See you later. Oh, Mary. She is a sweetheart, but I can understand her. I've grown fond of the furballs in the shelter too. Except for Chucky. All in all, I'm quite a good-looking fellow. A soothing sound as if something important has been accomplished. The ticket's soaking wet. I can't show it to anyone. It would be fun to see the sparks fly. And in you go. Sizzle, sizzle. Yikes. But as we all know, the end justifies the means. The door handle is missing. How am I ever going to leave my apartment again? Oh, my doorknob! It will probably forever remain a mystery how this thing got into my bed. I've probably been sleepwalking again. I should put the door handle back on the door. Fits like a glove. Cell phone collected? Check. Ready for an adventure? Check. Then off to the animal shelter to bury my leisure plans for this weekend in the litter box. Oh drat, I've left my phone on the bus! My beloved iCell 8 SE Pro! So this is it? After 8 years together? Just like that? Without warning? I feel like an important part of myself has been ripped away! I feel almost naked. Very cold. Deep sorrow. Endless suffering. And also a little anticipation for the new iCell 12 Pro, which I will buy with the insurance money. But if I'm unlucky, some nice passenger might have left the phone with the bus driver, and I can pick it up later. I mean, if I'm lucky, of course. I better get right back to Mary. I'm sure there's a lot to do.
Oh, Scott, how nice. There you are. You can't believe how happy I am that you didn't leave me hanging here today.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Are you still busy creating profiles for our residents on our website?
Yes. You wouldn't believe how much work it is. And since Jack is absent today, the rest of the work is, unfortunately, left undone.
Do you have any particular requests what I should do, or...?
It would already suffice if you could tidy up the hallway a bit and feed our cats.
So first swing the broom and then the predator feeding. You got it.
Thank you very, very much. You are the best.
I would not disagree with that. Because you never know if you'll run into a lion or elephant in the rural regions here. Good. You should always carry a bit of cat food in your pocket. Good. Now get to work. Good work, Scott. One less death trap. Clean work. Good. Less intelligent animals than the noble creatures in this room can probably use the rubber bone more. No. Slowly, I'm getting hungry too. Perfect. I think my work here is done.
Back again? Is there anything else I can do for you?
I proudly report the completion of my work. All done.
Well done! And since you're still alive, you must have survived your reunion with Grumpy Chucky well.
Yeah, today everything went well. Nevertheless, the cat urgently needs therapy to get his aggressiveness under control. Ideally with concomitant drug therapy for immobilization. My grandpa's been getting marijuana on prescription for a while now, and he's been super relaxed since.
Are you seriously suggesting drugging the cat?
I'm open to anything that serves the common good. And let's be, especially my common good. I can show you again the scars on my arm where the cat swung back and forth for 5 minutes like on a tree swing.
That was certainly a painful affair. Still, I'm in favor of trying a while longer with love and understanding.
Very well, you are the boss.
I will deal with that when the time comes. Is there anything else on your mind?
What's new? Do we have any new additions to the shelter again?
Yes. Unfortunately, someone left a small box with a dachshund puppy in front of our front gate again last night.
Oh no, the poor little fellow. Of all dogs, dachshunds are my favourite. I have often thought about what a cross between a dachshund and a cat would look like. Cat dachshund, dachshund cat, cathund, or dax cat. I think further considerations are necessary for a final evaluation. Anyway, I think I'm rambling.
Yes, that would be nice. He is now in quarantine for a week and will then join the rest of the pack.
Surely he won't be our guest for long. Small, fluffy dachshund puppies are popular with 7 to 27-year-olds.
I think so too. Is there anything else on your mind?
He's still looking for the man of your dreams.
Yes, unfortunately.
8 cats!
That's right.
One would think that a soul as good as yours would have found a suitable male counterpart long ago.
Lovely for you to say that. I'm more into the bad boys, you know. A wild street fighter who doesn't care about the rules and knows how to get by in life. An outlaw, for whom only the law of love counts. A vagabond who feels only connected to his girl. A fugitive who flees into the arms of his beloved submissively. A pirate ready to sail into the harbor of marriage. A bully who makes a racket to preserve the honor of his spouse. Try finding a man like that.
Challenge accepted.
Well, color me intrigued. If you find one, you know where I am. And if the subject comes up, I currently only have 7 cats. Number 8 should then be a surprise. My relationship guide says that men love surprises. Is there anything else on your mind?
That was all. Bye.
See you soon!
Just as I thought. A missing cat. And a very pretty one at that. Let's see. Maybe I can help you. I see. A Lord Fumbleclaw is wanted. From a family named Longbottom. That sucks. I could also call directly if my cell phone wasn't doing its rounds on the bus without me as a fare dodger. But like this? You, tell me, do you possibly know anything about this leaflet left on your table?
The one from the missing high-class kitten.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there's only a phone number, no address.
Are you serious? You don't know the Longbottom family and their elite estate?
Longbottom? Never heard of them.
You don't read gossip magazines, do you? He, 8th generation English landed gentry and renowned amateur archaeologist. She, 20 years younger and proven expert at the finer things in life with a strong tendency toward eccentricity. The trade press has been eagerly anticipating the failure of this illustrious connection for years.
Sounds to me like this is just a symbiotic ploy to sell more gossip magazine subscriptions.
No, this is all real. All authentic. Real stories from the lives of the rich and beautiful.
Uh-huh. All very interesting.
Well, everyone knows the Longbottom family estate.
Everyone but Scott.
True, everyone but you. Say, do you still have your permanent ticket for the local bus line?
Yeah, of course.
Well, there you have it. You can't miss it on the bus stop anyway. A golden dollar symbol marks the bus stop where you need to get off. Apparently, one of the employees of the local transportation company was playing a tasteless joke.
Very well, then there's only a phone number on the leaflet. And what could be more important and urgent than a missing cat?
You are absolutely right. And you'll get to know the Longbottom family up close. How I envy you. And good luck finding Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Sure will. So then, a noble creature in distress. A family in deep despair. Sounds like a new case for Scott Whiskers. I'd better get going. I wonder if there's something to Mary's fascination with this illustrious family. Always carry Psirian headache tablets with ya.
That's right.
Psirian, now new with raspberry flavour.
Syrian, the delicious pleasure for the whole family. Enjoy. I have unfortunately already reached my limit today with 8 tablets and am completely clear in the head.
Do you mind if I borrow your rubber spider for a moment?
No, you go ahead and take it. Jack does have a strange sense of humor.
Well, I better free you from this monster. Hello, this is Scott Whiskers from the City Animal Shelter. It's about their missing cat, Mr. Fumbleclaw. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Does this thing work? Talk to me! Oops. This was unexpected. This old technology is also no longer what it once was. I better take the evidence of the mishap. My law professor calls this plausible deniability. How good that I at least paid attention in this lecture. Be gone, you little barker! Then I will prove to you why we humans are the superior species. Who's a good stupid boy? Who's a good stupid boy? And goodbye! I feel pretty smart right now. All that was necessary is the triumph over a supposedly superior creature.
Is this gentleman the new pizza delivery man? Then may he please hand over the pizza to me now. Is this gentleman... Stop. I am not asking the gentleman to prowl around the estate. Does the gentleman have anything to discuss with Lord or Lady Longbottom? Is this gentleman...
I have this urgent request.
I see. So you are looking for Lord Fumbleclaw III,
That's right.
son of Lord Fumbleclaw II and Lady Plushhair,
I guess so.
grandson of Lord Fumbleclaw I and Madame Goldhair II,
I'd have to take a guess.
grandson of the Duke of Worcester and Lady Plushnose V,
That's a really good question.
and Lady Longbottom's high hopes for winning the city's Riki's finest noble cat beauty pageant. May I ask what qualifications you bring to this demanding task?
Servants? I'm not actually looking for work. I just want to help in the search of your missing cat.
I see. So you are idealist, without interest in the lavish reward.
Puzzles? Well, dear Mr. Butler, let me tell you that I am an expert in solving difficult puzzles. For example, I'm one of the few who found the extremely hard-to-find can of gasoline in the classic Manic Mansion without a walkthrough or a call to the LucasArts hotline. Furthermore, I successfully managed to sell a whole 3 leather jackets at the Castle Brunwall to the butler of the castle in 1938.
Well, I honestly have no idea what the gentleman is talking about in particular. But if you really could persuade a fellow colleague to youthful leather jacket fashion, you seem to be no stranger to difficult tasks. So I think it would probably be in Lady Longbottom's interest to have an audience with you. The gentleman finds the lady in the living area of the mansion at the end of the foyer. Should it become necessary to speak to Lord Longbottom, you will find him upstairs in his study. And last but not least, I would like to ask the gentleman not to disturb little Lady Susie Longbottom with her homework.
All right, then I'd better go and see Mrs. Longbottom right away and ask for the details of her cat's disappearance.
Lady Longbottom.
All right, whatever it takes to find Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Lord Fumbleclaw, the third. I guess I shouldn't expect too much from a pizza delivery guy.
Lady Longbottom, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Damn! Who the hell are you?
I come from the local animal shelter. My name...
So what? I don't take animals from the animal shelter.
No, I'm here because of your cat, Mr. Fumbleclaw. Your...
Lord Fumbleclaw? Yes, that's right.
Well, I specialise in tracking down missing animals and would love to help. Can you possibly give me some details about his disappearance?
I really don't have the nerve for that at the moment. I have just returned from the Sir Archibald Birmingham reception. Or to put it in your language, my damn head is throbbing. If you want to talk to me about my ungrateful cat, please come back in a few hours.
All right, I'll get back to you later. I wish you a speedy recovery.
Yes, yes.
Lady Longbottom's already perfectly made up. Maybe this can relieve your suffering a little.
Syrian? Really? Ah, that felt good.
Again, about Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Lord Fumbleclaw, please.
Sorry, Lord Fumbleclaw, of course.
Good. So, what?
Correct, but rather on an unofficial mission. I found your leaflet in my boss's office and would like to help. I'm a big cat fan. Strictly speaking, even my best friend is a cat named Jim. And as soon as I have a bigger apartment, he'll move in with me.
All very interesting.
Well, I wouldn't know what to do if Jim suddenly disappeared.
Yes. Well, it is indeed a great drama. The damn cat has been my great hope for winning the Ricky's Finest Cat Beauty Contest. And now, I don't even like to think about it. And I hate this person from the bottom of my soul.
So all you care about is winning the competition?
Missing? Well, my dear, I have a cattery of 53 of the noblest cats in the whole country. So, to answer your question, yes, of course I miss the stupid animal. I miss admiring the cat on the winner's podium. I miss the admiration of my rivals, and I miss the admiring press reports which are full of praise for my victory. So, yes, I really miss all of that.
I understand. Well, anyway, your motives are, of course, your business alone.
Get to the point.
I have a couple questions for you.
Let's hear it.
Any idea where I should start looking?
Well, Rumstone had the task of taking Lord Fumbleclaw to Ricky's pet salon You need to know that Ricky is a true artiste with scissors and hairdryer, and can conjure up insanely impressive hairstyles, even from the most matted hair. And until the big day of the announcement of Lord Fumbleclaw's victory, it was urgent to get the cat in shape.
And so Rumstone took the cat to Ricky's and also picked him up?
No, he dropped him off at Ricky's in the early morning hours, and was supposed to pick him up in the late afternoon, after the work was done.
And I guess that didn't happen.
Rumstone was there at the pickup time to collect my beautifully groomed animal, but only to receive the bad news from Ricky that Lord Fumbleclaw was nowhere to be found. Ricky only briefly left the salon for a smoke break, leaving the cat alone for 5 minutes.
Whoa, that's bad.
Bad? This is a disaster!
So I guess I'd best start looking at Ricky's pet salon.
Yes, of course.
That's fine. Then I'd best be on my way right away.
Going by bus? Ooh, God, how ordinary.
I guess Rumstone couldn't just drop me off at Ricky's in the Bentley?
Now don't be rude. And you do not belong to any of these groups.
All right. Then I'll be on my way and I'll let you know if there's any news.
Do that. Now, please leave. I urgently need my rest.
I'd love to, but stealing a stuffed animal in front of a child? I can't bring myself to do that.
Who are you? Don't sneak up on me like that. Did I order a pizza?
No. I'm Scott, the new boy from the local animal shelter.
Animal shelter?
You can't order hamsters from us.
No, I'm working on a project.
You mean you have a homework assignment?
Nonsense.
So you see your hamster as a monster?
Now you've finally understood my problem. Our previous pizza boys were not that clever.
I'm not a...
Mr. Snuggles is way too fluffy for my movie. I need a real monster.
Can't you just use a creepy Godzilla rubber doll for your movie?
A doll? Godzilla? The best movies of the genre work with real monsters, without fakes, without tricks. It's all about authenticity.
But you mean you want a real monster for your movies? You do know there's no such thing as a real monster.
Nonsense. I've seen enough movies. Just the other day, I saw the factual report of Dr. Victor Frankenstein.
Yes, but Frankenstein's only a fictional character from a novel. He's not real.
You really have no idea. I have seen at least 5 versions of this report, and it was about the creation of a living human being. Total madness.
Oh my. Well, that sounds cruel. Don't you feel a little sorry for your hamster?
Why should I feel sorry for him? Mr. Snuggles will be the star of my movie. And probably he will also be the star of all sequels.
I don't even dare to ask, but what are you working on there with the chemistry apparatus?
And again, you're right. Yes, I am tinkering with a recipe to turn Mr. Snuggles into the monster he is meant to be. But I have not yet found the right recipe. Unfortunately, I only have one hamster for exactly one attempt.
Oh dear. Child, wouldn't you rather go out into the fresh air and play a little cat?
No time for this kind of nonsense. Now, I would be very grateful if you would stop disturbing me in my work. Maybe you can still find a pizza somewhere.
I'd love to, but stealing a stuffed...
I'll go say if my ordered shipment of hydrogen sulfide has arrived.
I think that's fine. Susie can always play with her mother's cats.
I would appreciate it if you kept your hands off the statue. The chief is an irreplaceable, unique piece from the late 19th century. It either belongs back in its time, which is rather impossible, or in a museum.
Or quite obviously in your living room.
This, my study room, is a recognized private museum, my
Sorry, I really wanted just to admire the majestic appearance. I'll put it away before anyone else stumbles across it. Great, now my pants pockets smell like dog urine. A mouse hole with a for sale sign. May I interrupt you for a moment?
Why, sure. Need some tips regarding your unkempt hair? I definitely see great potential there.
My hair? No.
That's true, but hair is hair.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and maybe I'll come back to your offer later, but I am here for another reason. I'd like to help in the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw, Lady Diane Longbottom's cat. Surely you know which cat I mean.
Oh no, please don't remind me. Ever since that poor cat disappeared, I am a nervous wreck.
So you know who I'm talking about?
But of course, snow white hair, voluminous, no split ends, oh, one of the most beautiful cats I had ever had the pleasure of styling.
What happened?
Well, I had almost completed all preparations for another hairy work of art. The water had almost the right temperature. The battery of my mobile cat hairdryer was almost charged. Comb and scissors were arranged in perfect symmetry on the dressing table. The meditative pet relaxation music was playing at the perfect volume. And all that was left to do was to take one last creative cigarette break.
Then what?
And then, after the nicotine began to unleash its full creative energy, and I wanted to start working, no trace of Mr. Fumbleclaw far and wide. I had looked everywhere, really everywhere. It is a total disaster.
Well, that's why I'm here. I hope very much to be able to help you in the search. Would you mind if I took a look around the salon and the surrounding area?
No, of course not. It is not impossible that I have overlooked something. I am almost blind, you know. One of my last guests was, well, a little uncooperative. And I still have half a can of hairspray in my eyes.
Ouch. I mean, that sounds painful.
You have no idea. Which is a real problem in my job. That would not be very good for my reputation. So now I'm standing here in the fresh air.
Next to a garbage can wrapped in cigarette smoke.
And wait for brown to be brown again. After that, I will rejoin the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw. And if you have any questions, whether about Mr. Fumbleclaw or about the possibilities of your hairstyle, just ask me.
Thank you. I will. A traffic camera. It's aimed at the street right in front of Ricky's pet salon. Maybe the camera recorded something that could help me find Mr. Fumbleclaw. I should ask Ricky about that.
Yes, do you still need help with your hairstyle?
Can you possibly tell me something about the traffic camera up there?
That's honestly a good question. The camera was installed up there a while ago to keep an eye on the traffic offenders of this street. For some reason, the area has gradually evolved into a paradise for aspiring Formula One racers. And when crossing the street, it has become a pure gamble whether you will reach the other side of the street alive before the start of the next race.
Sounds like a dangerous place to be.
And I pray that the runaway Mr. Fumbleclaw did not attempt to cross the street.
That would be bad indeed, but I'd still like to know what was going on outside your salon at the time of the disappearance.
You think the camera might have recorded something important?
Yeah, that would be logical. Perhaps he's disappeared into one of the surrounding back alleys and is now waiting to be rescued. Do you really have no idea what the recordings could tell me?
Oh no, the camera would probably just show me standing here maintaining my nicotine level.
Alright, in any case, I should take a look at the camera's recordings.
That could be difficult. Therefore, the records are certainly archived in the nearby police station. You would have to break into the probably best secured building in the vicinity, sneak past the best trained police officers in town, outsmart the most advanced surveillance system in the immediate vicinity, and then make a copy of the surveillance tapes without being noticed.
You say that almost as if it were a major problem. I am quite creative in solving such problems, you must know. At the end of the day, this is about rescuing a helpless cat. I'm happy to take any risk for that.
I think that's great. You will have plenty of time to think about it in the prison cell.
But what did I just tell you? Think positively.
Sorry, you're right, of course. I wish you good luck with your research. And please, definitely let me know if you find out anything.
Good. A pair of sharp scissors in your pocket. What could possibly go wrong? Good. I'm sure I'll find another hamster who will be happy about it. as this restroom has never been visited by a cleaner, I don't have to feel guilty. My days as a graffiti artist are actually long gone, but I still like the aroma of paint thinner in the morning.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You have no business there. Get out of here.
Oops! That's not the door to the toilet. I think Constable Smith's birthday's coming up. He drew a small donut with a candle in the 12th box, but no idea which month the calendar page shows. Unfortunately, I don't know Japanese. Good day, I'd like to report a missing cat.
Good day. Excuse me, a missing cat? This is a police department, not an animal shelter.
Yes, but it is a real emergency. Lord Fumbleclaw's been missing for several days and his family are very worried.
Well, a real lord. However, like me, he is currently very busy and has little time for new cases.
Is the inspector available now? I have some clues from the cat's hairdresser that I would like to discuss with the inspector.
Hairdresser? I'm sure I still have a youth education sheet of why drugs are evil lying around here somewhere.
No, I don't do drugs.
So now we're back to the cat. And as sorry as I am, with your blue-blooded animal, missing cats are not really a high priority.
Couldn't I at least have a quick word with the inspector?
Sorry, at the...
Perhaps the person in charge of the city surveillance camera would be available to talk to.
That would probably be Sergeant Paul. But Sergeant Paul is also very busy at the moment and has no time for such trifles as a missing cat.
Trifles? I guess you're not a big animal lover.
Nope. I'm allergic to anything that has hair, so, as I said before, Inspector Craddock is currently investigating an important case of vandalism at the Longbottom family estate, and it is quite simple that the real crime has priority with us.
I understand. Vandalism at the Longbottom's estate.
Are you seriously asking me that?
I'm not uninvolved.
Excuse me?
I mean, I'm not uninterested in the case.
I bet you are. And if you really have something to contribute to the case, you're welcome to make an appointment with the inspector for next week.
But it's really, really important that I talk to the inspector now.
Not a chance. Now please, don't waste any more of my time.
I will be back.
I bet you will. Yes?
Thank you. See you later.
Of course, I'm always happy to help a law-abiding citizen. And all.
I can smell the stinky trash from the outside all the way over here. Yuck. Now I feel much safer. You never know if you ever meet a wild elephant. Assaulting a police officer with a dangerous weapon. What could possibly go wrong?
Ouch!
Sweet dreams. And I better destroy the weapon of crime. Constable Smith is fast asleep. I better... A desk calendar with motifs from Final Fantasy. Who would have thought that Constable Smith is a fan of video games? The calendar's an original Japanese Final Fantasy merchandising item from 1997. Who still uses desk calendars these days? And from 1997. I think Constable Smith's birthday's coming up. He drew a small donut with a candle in the 12th box. But no idea which month the calendar page shows. Unfortunately, I don't know Japanese. I think the door is open now. And once again, I am very impressed with myself. Inspector Craddock, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Who the heck are you? What are you doing in my room?
I'm Scott, the new recruit from the police academy. I'm supposed to do an internship here.
Oh, okay, I see. Did Deputy Chief Paddington send you?
Yeah, exactly.
Good. Good boy. The honourable profession of police officer is an important service to society.
I hope to learn a lot here.
That's what I like to hear. Ready for your first lesson?
Of course. What do I need to know?
Keep your hands off the so-called modern technology.
Why?
Because the so-called modern technology will only keep you from your real work. See that grey box there on my desk?
Your laptop?
Yes, laptop. Well, Detective Chief Paddington has ordered me to type up my report on the Longbottom incident on this devil machine. And it is hell. Pure hell.
What exactly is the problem?
You are? Well, I guess that's the privilege of youth then. I have worked in this agency for 35 years, but have certainly aged another 35 years in the last 2 days.
Have you ever tried using more than just your index finger to type your texts?
You mean a second finger? No, I have to perfect this one finger first. After that, I may think about another trick and consider a second finger. But it doesn't really matter. You certainly don't want to hear an old man whining around here. You are here to learn something.
You mentioned the name Longbottom. Is that your current case you're working on?
That's right, but But since you are a colleague, I can probably talk to you about it.
Longbottom. Baron Longbottom.
Exactly.
Wow, that sounds pretty bad. Do you already have a suspect?
No, not yet. However, I would certainly be significantly further along if this grey devil's box didn't stop me in my tracks.
I think you are right.
About what exactly?
You should perfect the one finger first.
Weren't you a proponent of two-finger typing just a moment ago?
That's true, but it sounds like you have an important case there. You better not take any chances when writing your reports.
Yeah, you're probably right. Deputy Chief Paddington can get very displeased with misspellings in my reports.
Yeah, exactly. Can I ask a few more questions in
Yes, you can, but...
An interesting outfit you're wearing?
Do I detect a hint of sarcasm there?
No, I'm serious. It looks very... well... interesting.
Yes, I admit that my clothes may seem a little out of touch.
I still come across your outfit quite often these days.
Really?
Yeah.
That was sarcasm, right? But let me solve this riddle for you.
I am curious.
A few years ago, we had a case that made me
What was it about?
The details don't matter. Now, don't interrupt me any
Sorry.
Good.
Unsolvable.
Right. So I was until that.
The one where the
No, the party I'm talking.
thief?
Well, you know.
Ah, I see.
Right. Interesting, as if this would benefit.
You didn't think much of such...
No, not to mention my big...
Ben Matlock!
No, damn Sherlock.
I'm pretty
You're start...
Sorry.
Drat.
Unsolvable...
Right, well, so... and all of us...
Who?
Sherlock Stan... What? I mean...
Or never.
But he... and...
I can...
He only... Cotton...
Cotton...
Yeah, and the final... the...
Yum. Too bad. And let's... As...
When... But I...
You...
I have... and...
Wow.
Think of... what...
So you...
What...
Yes.
What...
Great.
Glad...
Or...
Why...
Any progress with your case yet?
What...
You mentioned something about extreme vandalism, predatory theft, and the suspected kidnapping of the Longbottom family dog.
Which leads me to the question, how do you even know this detail? Do you have anything to do with this?
Me? No! Why would you think that? I know this detail. Because Constable Smith! Exactly! The old chatterbox from the front office of this precinct said you'd been working on the Longbottom case lately.
Constable Smith? Damn.
I guess so. He was really extremely talkative.
Yes, that sounds like him. And if he weren't the police chief's nephew, he'd probably be flipping burgers in a chip shop by now. I'm going to go over to him right now and give him the monthly telling off.
That wouldn't help much at the moment. I think he's taking a nap right now.
He's what? Damn Smith. But strictly speaking, my time is actually too valuable to waste on this disgrace in police uniform. I have far too much work here for that.
About your work again. So there's been no breakthrough in the Longbottoms case?
No, I already said in our first conversation that I was still at the very beginning of the investigation. And I would probably be much further along if it weren't for that grey block on my desk slowing me down.
If I can help you in any way, please let me know. After all, I am here to learn something from you.
Thank you for the offer. But often in police work, sometimes there's nothing else we can do, or new witnesses.
New witnesses?
Yes, it's not at all uncommon for law-abiding citizens to call our tip line 1-900-677-SHERLOCK, sometimes weeks later, and reveal new details.
The number is really 1-900-677-SHERLOCK.
Yes, and
Good to know.
in the case of Longbottom, I still hope for one or two eyewitnesses. The perpetrator, or presumably even the perpetrators, probably used all kinds of technical savvy and special tools to expertly remove the intercom system. Certainly in order to sell the high-value parts on the black market, and then, obviously among other things because he became an unwanted witness to the action, without a doubt to beget more valuable offspring from him, and also to buy more drugs from these proceeds.
So it couldn't be that little yapper that just ran away through the open gate, only to return remorsefully to his master after a few adventures in the wild? My Dachshund Robbie, may God rest his soul, once ran away for a whole week and was back on our doorstep after 7 days. Probably some neighbour had been feeding him.
Of course, this cannot be ruled out either. In fact, at the current stage of the investigation, nothing can be ruled out yet. That's why I'm still hoping for one or two tips from the public.
Through the 1-900-677-SHERLOCK hotline, right?
Exactly.
Good. Then I wish you continued success. And if you ask me, the thief must have been a pretty muscular guy. Such a large system must weigh quite a bit. And certainly, he was also on site with a large vehicle, because such a large system doesn't fit easily into your pocket.
I am pleased to see that our young police officers are following. Perhaps there is hope for our profession after all. After all, there's more to being a good cop than just being related to the chief of police.
Thank you. That's all for the moment.
Good.
I don't think anyone will miss this museum piece here. I should really charge the battery. Perfect! The battery's now fully charged. It's... So now the black monster became a brown monster. Ugh, I hate spiders. I like the idea, but I better not mess with Susie's hamster while she's still in the room. I think the child is capable of anything.
Now I know. The missing ingredient is thioacetone.
All right. Let's make sure that Susie's dream of a monster movie comes true. And at the same time, and I'm pretty sure of this, save Mr. Snuggles' life. Come to Papa. And in you go, you nasty spider. Ta-da! What a great special effect on 8 legs.
Hey, what are you doing? Hands off my experiment. I still need the hamster.
What hamster?
What the heck? Where is my hamster?
Hamster? You mean the one that just turned into that nasty monster right before my eyes?
Excuse me? Are you sure?
I'm telling you, I wouldn't lie to a child. 1 second he was there, and the next he looked like... whatever that is.
Really?
Really?
Wow! That means my last formula for Mr. Snuggles' food addition actually worked. I still can't believe it. I have created a monster. Fantastic! I think I'm about to faint. Yay! 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 Yes!
I guess congratulations are in order. Sounds like you're a big step closer to your planned monster movie.
You have no idea what this success means for my project. Mr. Snuggles' transformation into this monster tarantula was the missing piece of the puzzle.
So it doesn't bother you that the monster is so small and lazy?
I admit that the final result is not quite ideal, but the size can be compensated very easily with a suitable camera setting. And as for the movements, I'll have to resort to subtle CGI effects, but just on a minimal level, really. The effects in my movie should still remain practical in nature.
Sounds like your masterpiece could be in theatres soon.
Hopefully soon.
Producer?
My father.
Oh, I see.
Yes, somehow he still thinks I should just make my movie with clay puppets. With clay dolls. How old am I? 4? Unfortunately, I really can't avoid modelling and visualising planned CGI scenes in the modelling clay first. As a rule, however, Father is quickly convinced when he sees my visions before his eyes, so it's just an annoying formality.
Great! And I'm pretty sure that one of the legs of your hamster spider just moved.
Really?
I already said it before.
Great! But now, I really have to get back to work. Unfortunately, my supply of modelling clay is almost gone, and I urgently need to produce new clay.
Can't you just send Rumstone out to buy some?
You can't just get movie modelling clay at the store. It has very special requirements. No, I prefer to make it myself. I'm pretty good at chemistry, you know, and I strive for perfection in all areas of my movie.
Then have fun!
Thanks. Then, though I still don't really understand what you actually want here in my room, I don't think you're much good as a pizza boy.
I hate spiders. I'm torn between Ah, how cute and bleh. All right. Coming up, a performance of Whiskey Van Damp with 2 P's, Concerned Citizen. That's where my acting training in the 6th grade school finally pays off.
Inspector Craddock, duty clerk of the anonymous Sherlock tip line. What can I do for you?
Yes, my name is Whiskey Van Damp. Damp with 2 P's.
Yes, Mr. Van Damp?
Yes, indeed.
Yes? What exactly did you observe?
Well, I was recently walking with my Labradoodle Fuzzy at the estate of the illustrious Longbottom family, and have observed, I think, highly reprehensible things.
At the Longbottom's estate, you say?
Yes, well, in front of the gate of the property was a black van, and, there were a couple of extremely muscular men in black suits getting out, and they were tampering with one of the concrete pillars next to the gate.
That is interesting. And then what happened?
Well, my little Fuzzy was already excited. Because, you need to know, my little Fuzzy can smell the crime miles away.
That's just great. And what did Fuzzy observe then?
Well, one of these very muscular guys in a black suit and sunglasses went on to unload some weird, highly scientific technical device from the vehicle, and then used it to get to the heart of one of the stone pillars. I'm no expert, but I think they removed some surveillance camera or something. Certainly in preparation for a later, larger coup.
And you could really observe all that?
Yes, well, most of that was actually observed by my Fuzzy, because I was lying on the leaves of the forest with my nose on the ground, you know. These guys were really very muscular.
I see.
Of course.
Very good.
Let me think about that. Oh yes, there was...
Bob's something. So, like a company name, possibly? Like Bob's Delivery Service or Bob's Sanitation? Something like that?
Yes, a company name. That would be entirely possible.
Great.
No, I'm sorry. And my wife, Frida Van Damp, had almost finished lunch. And my Frida can get very upset if I'm late for dinner. And that, although she constantly tells me to go to hell... Do you perhaps know my Frida?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know Frida or Ulf Olaf.
Well, if you had met my Frida, you would certainly not have forgotten that.
Listen, you obviously have other problems to deal with, and if you have nothing more to contribute to the case, I would like to politely ask you to clear this phone line for other callers now.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think you really could.
You're welcome. And the little man made of porcelain is the only one who lets my Frida's ranting go over him all day long without talking back.
Of course.
Bye.
I really hope I'm not wasting my time now, but it is my duty to diligently follow up on every tip about my cases. In any case, the eyewitness on the phone sounded very trustworthy, and my instincts have never actually fooled me. What did the caller say? The crooks were very muscular? Well, then I'll try my luck first at Bob's Muscle Factory. You wouldn't believe how many Bob's companies there are in the area. I'm sure it's going to be another long day of police work. One hell of a long day. Well, let's get to work.
And the Oscar goes to Whiskey Van Damp with 2 Ps. Inspector Craddock is much better off in the wild. Working. Good. This should get me clearance. Of course, I still have to fill out the form. I better take this one. It's therefore for his own good. Good. Let's see. At the top there's an empty field for a camera identification number. Probably in order to find the correct recording in the archive. Unfortunately, I have no idea what identification number the camera in front of Ricky's pet salon has. Entering any number there makes little sense. I have no interest in the surveillance videos outside the men's sauna. Maybe I'll just ask one of their helpful police officers.
Password?
It turns so green when Spain's flowers bloom?
Wrong. Get out. Password?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Wrong. Get out. Password?
Password?
Wrong. Get out. Password?
1208.
Wrong. Get out. Password?
Shooby-doo.
Wrong. Get out. Password?
Kitty catty cat?
Wrong. No, damn. That was right. How the hell do you know? Whatever. Come in first.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm the new kid from the police academy.
Yes, good. Scott, Police Academy, I see. Was anyone watching you?
Watching? You mean when I walked in the door here?
Yes, exactly, door. So you weren't being watched, are you?
I don't know exactly. Is that...
Yes, of course it is. Yes, of course it is.
Are you okay? Should I maybe get help?
Okay. Yes, of course I'm okay. No sun, no oxygen, no people, 12 cans of Red Bull. I'm fine. So you are absolutely sure that no one followed you?
I'm just going to say...
Good. But where are my manners? I'm Paulie, Sergeant Paulie. You can also call me Captain Paulie, from the Starship Paulie.
Sergeant Captain Paulie, of the Starship Paulie. Just Scott.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Just Scott. The only safe space is this one.
So, this windowless room is your spaceship?
Exactly, that's right. Captain Paulie of the Starship Paulie. That's also known in a previous life as Surveillance Specialist Sergeant Montgomery Scott Paul. But that was before this room. This windowless, soulless...
Spaceship?
Where was I? Spaceship? You mean Starship Paulie?
Are you really okay?
Paranoid? I guess so. Damn occupational disease. And I used to be such an even-tempered, relaxed and happy boy. At least if I can believe the words of my mother. But this...
soulless and windowless space?
Exactly. What do you want with Captain Paulie?
Nobody sends me. Well, that is... Yes. Inspector Craddock sent me.
Craddock? Big guy?
Yeah. That Craddock.
Oh, good man. What does Craddock want from Captain Paulie?
He... would like... to look at the surveillance videos from Ricky's pet salon this week.
Ricky's pet salon?
Yeah. Right.
Poor thing.
Well, that's why the inspector needs to see the surveillance videos. Ricky is suspected of illegal... Chihuahua trafficking.
Ricky? But what do I know? How well do you know someone whose life you've been keeping an eye on for 654 days, Dave?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer that.
Oh, yes. That makes sense.
Release form A38?
Yes, you know.
I'm afraid the inspector forgot to give me that. Isn't it enough if I submit the form tomorrow?
Sorry. As much as I would like to do the inspector a favour, rules are rules. No release without form.
Alright, then
Yes, I'd be very grateful. Just come, and when you leave Starship Paulie, please make sure that no one follows you.
You mean upon entering your... spaceship?
Then, of course, too. They follow you constantly and watch you constantly. Watching Captain Paulie constantly.
Good. Let's see. Very nice. I think I filled in everything correctly. The identification number X44PP should be the one right outside Ricky's pet salon. And I only had to improvise a little with the inspector's signature. I simply imitated the signature of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Inspector Craddock's a big Sherlock Holmes fan. I'm sure no one will notice. But now I should also look at the surveillance videos immediately. And also I think that the refill of the pen is now empty. Sergeant Paul, Captain Paulie.
You have? Then let's see it. Ah, an A38 form. Correctly filled out at first glance.
That's right for the release.
Yes. Well, at least the identification number on the form is the correct one.
Signed by Inspector Craddock. Oh, why?
Well, do you really think I wouldn't know Inspector Craddock's signature inside and out after 12 years on the job?
I guess so.
And do you think that in these 12 years you were the first police student who would like to use a forged signature to gain access to highly sensitive surveillance material or access to my armoury?
Well, since you're asking...
And do you have any idea what I say to said police student every time?
Go to hell?
No, of course not. At least not as long as the desired surveillance material has no criminal relevance and clearly falls within the hobby and leisure area of the police student.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
Of course, I'm not a monster. And after all, we all forge our supervisor's signatures from time to time, don't we? But of course, only in order to be able to detect forged signatures perfectly at any time.
In a twisted way that...
It does. It's just that I can only deal with such a request.
I understand that, of course.
And in my free time or lunch break, the law, one hand washes the other, prevails. First of all, I'd like to know why you're interested in the surveillance videos in front of Ricky's pet salon. And afterwards, I decide if there's any criminal relevance to the matter. Oh,
very well. Gotcha.
Here we go. I'm curious.
So it was like this. And that's why every second counts.
Oh my. Sad story. Poor kitty cat. And I don't think that there are any criminal facts to be recognised here.
Great! Then could I please have a look at the surveillance videos? Pretty please.
Now, please don't get me wrong. And I certainly don't want to give you the impression I'm heartless or anything like that. But do you remember that I mentioned that during my lunch break the law of one hand washes the other applies? Also known as Captain Paulie's Law?
I think I remember that. And yes, of course, I guess that's only fair. Is there anything I could do for you to...
Well, if you ask me so directly, there is indeed one thing you could help me with in honest police work. And with that, you'd be assured of the #1 spot on the lunch waiting list.
Then fire away!
Good. Then I'll get straight to the point. Back there on my desk is a high-performance microphone. Problem 1. The thing just doesn't work.
And problem number 2?
Problem number 2 is that, due to the lack of a control chip, the prototype has not yet been finely calibrated.
And what makes this microphone so special?
Not such a marvel of modern technology. The problem with today's surveillance work is that we're only allowed to record what we've been cleared for by the court. And that's why trained personnel like me, a trained lip-reading professional with 3 years of education, are needed.
How exactly should I imagine this?
It's simple. I stare at my monitors, read the lips of the suspects, and then press record at certain key words. You can imagine what that has done to my eyes into a...
You don't wear glasses, do you?
No, but my monitors already have 12 times the magnification. And this is where the invention that's lying on the table back there comes into play.
Sounds exciting.
Almost. First, you feed this marvel of technology with freely selectable keywords or find a predefined topic. Then point the mic at a solid surface such as a wall or a door, and all ambient sound waves hitting said wall or door are analysed and voices are filtered by subject.
And if a conversation is found that fits the desired topic...
Exactly.
That sounds fascinating indeed.
That's right.
Great.
Yes, well, be that as it may.
Good, so what specifically can I do to save your savings?
Well, as for the missing chip in the microphone, and as for the missing calibration, well, I only have the information that a few authentic recordings on the subject of the upper 10,000 are still missing.
And...
We can. Promise. Captain Paulie is a man of his word.
Okay, so... Not necessarily the order I'd hoped for, but...
Thank you. And also, thank you for being willing to save my savings. In principle, I would take care of everything myself. Contact me if you have any questions. Or were successful, preferably the latter.
This screwdriver's designed for those exotic Phillips screws found in some modern electronic devices. When I tinker with my computer, I always end up burying these screws in the computer's case, never to be seen again. Very annoying. A sophisticated marvel of engineering. Crap, I think it's now even more broken than before. Well, at least I was able to save one of the microchips. Great! The chip fits like a glove. But what did Captain Paulie mean? The microphone still has to be calibrated with recordings on the subject of the upper 10,000. Let's think about how I can best do that. Maybe I can find a wealthy wall that would like to give me an interview. Good, then I'll put Captain Paulie's wonder weapon to use. The glass of the window should sufficiently reflect the vibrations of the environment. I hope I'm about to hear something exciting. Nothing is duller than a boring radio program. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing even work? Maybe I'll have more success now. So far, the wealthy have remained silent. However, it's impossible that there is no criminal energy behind this window. Well, and again, no success. Who would have thought that criminals would be so hard to catch? Last try now. After that, I'll get tired of it and rather play any other game.
Rumstone? Yes?
Shh.
Excuse me?
Shh. Hey, you...
Who is there?
Shush. Hey, it's, Mickey.
Did you say Mickey?
Damn, Rumstone, it's Ricky. Get yourself a hearing aid.
Oh, Ricky. Man, every time my heart drops when this old analog phone suddenly rings. I expect my dead grandmother from beyond on the other end of the line every time.
But what I'm calling for, do you need supplies?
Of the red stuff?
Nope, the white one.
I still have enough white in stock. The red things always sell like hotcakes.
I have no more red, unfortunately.
Orange? Could be a compromise.
Great.
That's all right. Customers love the bright colors.
Okay, so you really don't need white.
Nope.
A process for which you get a good price.
Come on. We both profit from it. My craftsmanship and your suppliers make us both wealthy men.
You're right about that. So I'll bring you half a kilo of orange cat hair shortly. And you remember that my neighbor wants one of your great knit hats.
Sure. As long as he can pay for my craftsmanship. Gladly.
Exactly. See you later. Take care.
See you later. And next time, call me on my cell phone.
So Butler Rumstone is a dealer of homemade hats made of cat hair. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or shocked. Well, whatever, I guess everyone has the right to a lucrative hobby or work. Be that as it may, Captain Paulie will be happy to hear that I was able to calibrate his prototype with the desired sound material. His savings are safe with this. May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up?
About the desired sound recordings.
Yes, what about it?
All done. The recordings are in the can.
Really? And?
Indeed it did.
Fantastic! Every word was crystal clear. And the algorithm obviously thought at the beginning that a drug deal would be initiated and started the recording.
I guess fashionable hats made of cat hair aren't considered a drug.
Only if you're addicted to fashionable headwear with a little something extra, and I have to admit, I am.
Because of your baldness and our cold winters.
Excuse me? No, but the ladies just love guys who wear fashionable cat hair hats. His headgear says two major things about me. I love cats, and the ladies are into both.
Okay, this is all terribly interesting.
Of course, and please keep the mic for a while. And I think you are the local expert for that by now.
I can hardly wait.
That's what I thought. Could this recording possibly be helpful?
What do we see there?
Yes, these red trucks belong to the local postal company and are on the road throughout the city. Apparently, the driver's still at the very beginning of his tour. He's not loaded much.
Yeah, seems so. Oh, the TV back there's the exact model that I'd like to have. Unfortunately, I could never afford the TV.
Can you see the name on the package?
Unfortunately, not decipherable. What about the one at the very front?
Was that on the sticker? A picture with a comb?
Indeed, a flea comb.
And look, how beautifully he decorated the package.
What the? Damn, this isn't a decoration. That's a cat.
A live cat in a package?
I can't imagine that this was intentional. It's unfortunately a fact that cats love boxes of any kind. Surely Mr. Fumbleclaw has retired there to sleep and was promptly sent in the mail.
Oh my, but I am impressed that you can deduce the name of the cat from 2 ears and a tail.
Yeah, I know. It's a gift. A box with tail and ears?
Am I correct in assuming that your Mr. Fumbleclaw is the cat you're looking for?
Yeah, that must have been him. Hopefully he wasn't trapped in the box long and only had a short trip. How could I possibly find out what the destination of his journey was?
Possibly if you just ask Ricky, or try your luck at the post office and ask for the destination address of the flea comb box.
Good idea. I should do that immediately.
Just tell them at the office that Captain Paulie sent you. Johnny from the parcel delivery office and I are old buddies from the time when he was still a driver. And I caught him on one of my cameras in what we might call an unflattering situation. Since then, I no longer have to pay postage for my packages.
Thanks for the tip. I better get going right away.
Good luck with your search. With a few more surveillance cameras on the route of the mail van, we would have known long ago where the journey was going. But nobody listens to Captain Paulie.
Damn. What was that password again?
I'm sure it will serve me well in the future.
No, that wasn't it.
May I interrupt for a moment?
Awkward timing. Extremely inconvenient timing.
I just had a quick question about one of your post routes.
Excuse me?
So is that a yes?
Of course not.
No chance of an exception.
I'm really sorry. And apart from that, I don't have access to my computer at the moment anyway. My colleague apparently thought it would be funny to set a new password and then go on vacation. Supposedly he wrote down the password for me somewhere here, but I can't find a note from him.
Can't you just call him and ask?
I would, but he's on
no clue about the password.
I think he really thinks so.
Which is?
Of course, the American edition of The Office. This series is much more than just television for me. And the hero of the series, Dwight Kurt Schrute, is my own personal hero.
The Office? Really?
Unsympathetic? Excuse me? And if the staff of this pile of chaos had always adhered to his specifications,
But then it would have been much less fun.
Fun? The series is excellent television drama.
And I suppose you're a friend of the rules.
Of course.
And there are no rules for setting a new password.
Of course, but my dear colleague Michael is a friend of chaos. But it doesn't matter.
And then could you tell me the route of your mail van?
No, I already told you. That would be a violation of paragraph 45, numbers.
Too bad.
If you want to post a package or buy stamps, I'll be happy to help. Or if you just want to chat a little about the different cardboard strengths of parcel paper, I'm your man too. Package. Maybe Michael has noted the password on a package. That would suit him.
All right, then I'll come back later. Maybe you'll be successful by then.
Thank you for your understanding. It will sharpen your view on the really important things in life. The wisdom of Dwight Kurt Schrute has definitely changed my life.
May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up?
About the traffic camera in front of Ricky's pet salon again?
Yes, what about it?
Could I have a look at the surveillance video, please?
Sure.
It's not possible to see what's in this big box. There's some scribble on the lid. Could this be the password Johnny's colleague at the post office had written down for Johnny somewhere? No wonder Johnny couldn't find the note. Apparently Johnny's colleague Michael has a bitterly wicked sense of humour. Or he's just a jerk. Anyway, let's see. Hard to decipher. Does it really say big boobs? Oh my. How vulgar. I bet this has something to do with Johnny's favourite TV show, The Office. How else would Michael have assumed that Johnny would figure it out on his own? In any case, it's easy to remember. I think I should tell Johnny in a timely manner, but I'd better not tell him why I suddenly know his password. Maybe I'll try reverse psychology for once. I've always been interested in whether it really worked.
Damn.
May I interrupt for a moment?
But of course. And you are clearly part of the general public.
I have an idea about the password you're looking for.
Really? And what exactly would this ID...
Well, you mentioned that your colleague Michael chose the password you're looking for to tease you with your favourite TV show, The Office, right?
You mean the teachings of Dwight Kurt Schrute? Yes, he mentioned something like that. But neither The Office nor Dwight Kurt Schrute is accepted as a password.
Maybe the hint wasn't meant literally.
You mean some password that only a real fan would remember?
Exactly. It's like a check if you are worthy of the new password. Like the third installment of Indiana Jones, only without the face melting at the wrong answer.
The idea doesn't sound so bad. Let me think for a moment and go through all 188 episodes in my mind. Yes, it can only be this. Just a moment. Good. Then let's see if the password is the right one against all expectations. Is that really possible? I don't believe it. The password is correct. Thank you very much. Why didn't I think of that myself? Yet the solution was so close at hand. It could only be the password of the Dunder Mifflin Company server.
I'm glad I could help.
Indeed, you could, even though this action, especially the assignment of the obscene password, is a clear violation of Postal Law Section 223, Paragraph 3. This time there will be nasty consequences for Michael. I'm so sick of his constant pranks at my expense, and his references to my favourite TV show. And as soon as my promotion goes through, he can get a job in garbage collection.
May I interrupt for a moment?
But of course, and you are clearly part of the general public.
I would like to pick up a package.
Why, of course. I would need the pickup number of the package and the recipient, please.
Package number A344Z1233U. A package with a prayer chair consecrated by the Holy Father in Rome for the local nunnery.
Good. I'll see if the package is in the warehouse. Please be patient.
Alright, let's see if I can find the route of the mail van. With a little luck, I can also see where the package with flea combs was delivered. What was that computer password again? Great! I was able. A less nice thing is that I couldn't find a way to find out exactly where Ricky's package was delivered in this ancient management software. But that would probably have been too easy. So I have no choice but to go to all the stations en route and ask if the received package made cat sounds. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Fumbleclaw. I hope he's alright. When this is all over, the poor cat will surely need therapy with a psychologist. So, you see it yourself. There's much to do. And even if I would like to chat with you for a bit, I definitely have more important things to do. It probably doesn't matter at which mail van station I start asking for Mr. Fumbleclaw. My ticket for the bus is already paid for this month. Maybe I'll start at Alfredo's Pizzeria. A slice of pizza is always a good idea. Great, now wherever I go, it smells like delicious pizza. Good idea, even if a little unconventional. By the way, the technical term for this is moon logic. Every adventure game that's something special also needs a few moon logic puzzles. Great! The pen is now ready for use again, and smells a little like a '68's Ford Mustang. I better take this ugly fashion accessory.
Hello, my young friend! Welcome to Alfredo's! Unfortunately, I'm not hiring new pizza drivers at this time. Please, come back again after my sensational new vegan cheese pizza is launched. Then I certainly need all the help I can get to meet the sensational demand.
Hi, how come everyone in this game thinks I'm a pizza boy?
Oh, you are not here for my job posting regarding a mobile customer service representative? Then I apologize for the oversight. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And that may sound a little strange now, but have you perhaps recently received a package with a beautiful white cat from the post office?
A white cat?
No, a live one.
No, sorry. A cat here would also be a complete hygienic disaster. Unfortunately, my customer react quite indignantly to cat hair on their pizza.
Oh, what a pity. Then I apologize for the interruption.
Mr. Fumbleclaw?
He is. Well, actually, Lord Fumbleclaw, but...
As I said, I'm afraid I can't help you there. But if you need a little vegetarian boost to gather strength for the search for your lord, Well, you have come to the right place. Soon you'll be able to buy the best vegan cheese pizza in the whole country. And until then, here is the best garlic bread in the country, with delicious homegrown ceiling mushrooms.
That sounds really kinda yummy. Could I please buy one of your vegan cheese pizzas?
Sorry, my young friend. The new vegan cheese machine I developed is unfortunately stuck somewhere in the mail. But I expect the package any day. And then you are cordially invited to become my first customer of the sensational cheese pizza. And until then, just taste my delicious garlic bread with spicy, homegrown ceiling mushrooms.
I like the garlic bread. But I've never heard of ceiling mushrooms. In which forest do they grow?
Forest? As the name suggests, they grow on my ceiling. A very fine, small-poured spicy mold with a very special aroma.
Excuse me?
That's right!
And you sprinkle that on your garlic bread?
Yes!
Ugh! Isn't that hygienically unacceptable?
Hogwash! And my customers love my ceiling mushroom garlic bread.
Probably because they don't know what they're actually eating.
Ah, my critical young friend. There is no good mushroom and no bad mushroom. There are only mushrooms that taste good, and the former belong on a pizza or on a garlic bread. However, I will probably cancel the offer as soon as I have my hands full with my new sensational vegan cheese pizza. So if you don't want garlic bread, please come back as soon as this sensational pizza is on sale. Then I might also have the job as a pizza driver, for which you are actually here today.
I am not a pizza boy.
Hogwash! As if you were born for it! Such charisma in this intensity is extremely rare. Surely you will be swimming in tips.
The tips sound really interesting. Maybe I really will get back to you after I find Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Do that. And if nothing else, I have a large order of ceiling mushroom garlic bread to work off.
Of course. And don't worry, the health and hygiene department will not get any information from me. The upper floor could use a little more light. This artificial light from the lamps is poison for the eyes. I'll see to it. What beautiful black curtains. If I were Batman, I'd sew myself a cape out of it. Wow. Now that's what I call a realistic looking rubber head.
Rubber head?
Ooh, the head speaks.
Hey, I could ask you the same question.
That's fascinating. Talking head in a jar, I only know...
The head has a name and feelings, if I may introduce myself. Axel, successful video game programmer. Currently retired until further notice, and programming video games is unfortunately somewhat difficult without hands.
So you're real?
You already said that.
Sorry, I'm just completely overwhelmed now.
Pleased to meet you. You haven't seen my body anywhere, have you? That was 2 years ago.
Sorry, no. Why the heck did you agree to this experiment in the first place?
I did not! This is a clear case of deceitful body robbery! Even though they are probably on the safe side contractually, unfortunately.
What exactly happened?
I'll have to elaborate a little on that.
I am curious.
Well, did I mention that I am a successful video game programmer?
Yep. Have you deployed anything I need to know?
Of course I have. Ever heard of Slice the Ice? But I'm sure you have that.
Actually, no.
Really?
Sorry, still doesn't ring any bells.
That is a pity. And
where can I play this?
What's so great about it? 100 in words. 100 levels of challenging physics puzzle fun. Help Scrappy save his yellow rubber duck on a wild journey through ice and snow.
Scrappy was the polar weasel, right?
It is. And the best part is that the game is completely free if you want to play it on your mobile. Only for the PC it costs a little something.
Oh, I'd like to take a look at it.
Well, just visit the website slicetheice.com and you're almost there.
slytheice.com. Alright, I made a note of it.
Great! And don't blame me if you get addicted to it. The addictiveness of the game should not be underestimated.
I am curious. Still doesn't explain how you ended up here.
Well, I was tricked. Actually, I only accepted an invitation to give a lecture as a guest lecturer. As a topic, the groundbreaking software design and incredible physics systems of my hit game Slice the Ice. When the invitation from Dr. Fleischer arrived, I naturally felt honored and accepted gratefully, in the happy expectation to pass on my knowledge to curious students. But unfortunately, the planned lecture developed differently than planned.
What happened?
Let's put it this way.
Whoa, that sounds unpleasant. And not necessarily legal, right?
I'm afraid so. Before said coffee, I signed a document pledging to the university to conserve my knowledge in groundbreaking software design for future generations. I felt flattered, but I should have. The key word here is conserve.
Oh, I see. That's why you should always read the fine print in the contracts.
You're right about that. So I guess I'll have to wait until the 5-year contract period is up. I just wish they would put a TV in my room here. The white wall across the street lost its appeal after the first week.
No TV and no cell phone? That sounds like hell.
You have no idea.
When I see one of the scientists, I'll urge them.
You would? And if the TV really works out, I promise you a free copy of Slice the Ice for the PC.
Wow, that sounds great. What's the website of Slice the Ice again?
Haven't you written it down?
I must have misplaced the note.
Well, please remember it now.
slytheice.com. Gotcha! Would it be okay if I played around first before taking care of your TV?
I think that's a good idea. Have fun!
Thank you. See you later then.
See you later!
A miniature distillery. There's nothing like a sip of moonshine after a hard day of science. Given the current prices for electricity, such pocket power plants powered by clean energy are sure to sell like hotcakes. Veterinary practice, Dr. Alfred Stringer. Dr. Stringer has a reputation as an excellent and self-sacrificing veterinarian. The practice seems to be closed at the moment. Surely Dr. Stringer's making house calls right now. The gate leads into the courtyard of Dr. Stringer's veterinary practice. However, it's closed at the moment. Presumably Dr. Stringer's making house calls right now. Well, maybe I'll have better luck later.
Yikes! Who are you?
Did Alfredo send you? I had already told the last pizza guy that I wasn't interested in vegan giveaways. Alfredo is welcome to keep these chemical bombs. I prefer a dead animal-topped pizza over this vegan crap any day.
Oh. I'm sorry, but, I'm looking for a box of flea combs that may have been recently delivered to you.
What kind of box?
One with flea combs.
No, not that I know of. And I think you could also get your hair problems under control with thorough hair washing. You should treat your hair well at all times. Otherwise, your hair will eventually take flight and you look like me.
Oh no, the flea combs are for dogs and cats.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, I don't really care.
Is there a particular reason for your bad mood?
You mean aside from my burned down house, including all my belongings and the end of my career as a master painter? And apart from the fact that I lack the right tools to get my new career as a sculptor rolling, or in other words,
apart from my acute existential crisis and the end of my life so far? Because you must know that I actually have a very sunny temperament, but at the moment I find it very difficult to keep this sun in the sky.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I might do to lighten your mood? I do have a busy schedule at the moment.
Thank you for the offer. I appreciate that, but unless you can turn back time...
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have to deny both.
What a surprise.
But I am quite creative in solving problems.
Well, good luck.
May I ask what exactly happened to your house?
Well, my stupidity happened. As a master painter, I have always taken great pride in creating my own exotic shades. My Enderby Azure was the most popular blue in the entire region. And like any professional who's trying hard, I've always mixed my own paints.
Enderby Azure?
It was the most dazzling blue you can imagine.
Sounds great.
It was, but unfortunately, enclosed spaces can tolerate only a certain concentration of gaseous paint thinner.
Enclosed spaces? You mean you mixed colours?
Yes, in my living room.
Why?
Because I get cold easily at my age. I needed warm, but unfortunately it became a little warmer than desired.
Oh dear. I can imagine.
A cigarette? No. That would be irresponsible. The flames hit me the moment I turned on my TV to watch a new episode of The Blacklist on Netflix. I guess even the smallest spark was enough to make my Enderby Azure burst into flames.
Oh dear.
I barely managed to run to the front door and save my skin, but my eyebrows still haven't grown back properly to this day.
And now you live here, in your greenhouse?
Yes. And even though the furnishings are still a bit Spartan...
Yeah, it's quite warm. And have you given up your profession as a painter and now switched to sculpting?
Well, all my belongings, including my beautiful paints and my expensive brushes, unfortunately fell victim to the flames. And sculpting and wood carving have always been two of my favorite hobbies. And I think I can claim to have some talent in these two artistic branches.
Now that's what I call a stroke of luck.
Yes, I must have really been lucky. One of my well-heeled Enderby Azure fans was kind enough to commission me to carve the portrait of one of his favorite actors in stone. He would like the bust to decorate the foyer of his penthouse, but I'm afraid that my new career is already over before it even begins.
What's the problem?
The problem was, or rather is, the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels which I ordered on Amazon for €49.99. I was hoping for an inexpensive start to my new profession.
Am I correct in assuming that this large pile here represents said Amazon order?
That's how it is. And now I'm standing here with a handful of hammers, 0 chisels, and even if I appreciate your interest in my life story, or rather crisis, I think you should leave my living room now. At least now I have the time to ponder a little on the subject of wrong decisions. You wanted to leave now? However, feel free to come back when you have a dead animal-topped pizza with you. Staring at this block of stone is starting to make me hungry.
Oh, what is that? A stone chisel. I better take it. Better not chisel away at anything else on this road. Oh dear. What happened here? It must be hundreds of miles deep. I've seen enough movies to have an accurate idea without having to look down. All right. 2 become 1. Ta-da! Good thing my magic pants pocket is infinitely deep. Good idea. Perfect. Now I need someone who's brave enough to test this construction. Out of sight, out of mind. And the road was reopened. A big box with lots of great movie props. Wow, a blank employee ID card from the post office. If I fill it out, I'll surely get access to hidden treasures. As a postal employee, you enjoy this privilege. What a great idea! That's what I call a sensible application for the Pants Pocket High Capacity Power Generator! The thing should provide enough power to brightly light up a movie set. Almost ready. The wiring should fit, but something is still missing. I think without the right mobile pocket nuclear power plant, the generator will not provide power. I don't think the movie set needs very much power. May I interrupt for a moment? Have you...
Excuse me? What kind of cat?
Large, white, and fluffy.
Tell me, boy, are you on drugs? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you possibly another problem?
I think not.
Yes, unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
The production company contractually obligated me to realize this nonsense through a legal dodge. And as expected, there's nothing but problems here. The world probably just doesn't want this movie to ever see the light of day. And that would be just fine with me. I am an artist, and I've worked hard to earn my reputation as a renowned director and writer.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. What?
Cow Wolf.
Ooh, that doesn't sound so bad. Why are the woods so bloody?
Vampires.
Excuse me?
The 3 daughters of the chief.
Really?
With the same handsome cowboy. Cowboy werewolf. A cow wolf.
Well, that sounds really interesting.
Nonsense. Say it like it is. That sounds like absolute nonsense.
So a romance horror western?
Yes, something like that.
And you sound unenthusiastic. I know a little girl who would be thrilled.
If I wasn't contractually bound, I wouldn't touch this project with a 10-foot pole. I was a consultant and assistant director on such classics as Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans. And the production studio is probably of the opinion that my name in the credits would also appeal to the target audience of said movies. But I already mentioned it. Rather hell freezes over than my name appears in the credits of this piece of work. Nevertheless, I would also like to realize this project on a... But that's not so easy because the studio bosses don't have a clue about the Wild West. And they invested most of the budget in the star of the movie, Clint Akenthorpe. However, what has now led to a number of problems due to lack of money.
Did I mention that I'm a professional problem solver?
Let's start with the obvious. The tents are cheap plywood dummies, and the carpenter of the totem pole. Also, for budgetary reasons, all the extras were fired.
Woo! That sounds like a lot of problems indeed.
Oh, that was by no means all. The decrepit power generator that supplies the set, and especially the lighting with electricity, recently broke down. And last but not least, my star is on a hunger strike.
You mean he's on strike because he's hungry?
Yes, that damn. I wouldn't even know what to put as an address. You see, my boy, the project is basically doomed to failure.
I'm very sorry about that. If my time permits, I'll see whether I can be helpful to you with one or the other thing. But we movie people have to stick together after all.
You work in movies too?
Yeah, I did, currently retired. But my parents still think that the video recording of my enrollment was the hit of the year.
I see. Well, but now I would like to ask you to let me continue working. I'm in the process of thinking up some spectacular camera shots for tomorrow's shoot, which becomes a real challenge due to the lack of actors. Maybe I'll just movie some cute raccoons and baby foxes.
Howdy, kid. Without photo, $100. And with selfie, $150.
Excuse me?
Autograph without photo, costs $100.
Yeah, but I can't possibly afford that. Do you perhaps also take smelling bus tickets in payment?
Nah, kid. Is that all?
Sorry, the Clint Ackenthorpe, hero of such legendary cinema hits as Revenge of the Groundhog.
Aye. Guilty as charged. By the way.
Unfortunately, still too expensive for me. Can't we just have a little chat?
Fine by me.
Promise. Oh, crap, no I don't...
So, we're done here, kid?
No. What? How did you end up in such a low-budget production like this?
You know, kid, as long as the producers can provide the money for my budget, I don't care if it's a blockbuster or an art house movie like this one. I'm not picky about that.
You think this is an art house movie?
Well, that's how my agent described it to me. But probably it's just a cheap horror flick with a famous director and even more famous star of the movie. But what really bothers me about the movie is the virtually non-existent catering. James is babbling something about a collapsed access bridge. And without my daily special vegetarian diet, I can't possibly maintain my market value. My body's a temple, kid.
Oh. And what?
That's why I'm exercising my contractual trade union rights and going.
So that's why Mr. Pollock's on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
I guess. Don't get me wrong, I like.
But as long as it's not ensured that I can keep to my diet plan.
Can I maybe get you something to eat somewhere? It would...
Thanks for the offer, kid.
Oh, wait a minute. I am a vegetarian.
Fried vegetarian food is not what I have in mind. You can't get this specialty food at just any snack bar.
I can still keep my eyes open.
Game
of life.
Ha! Oi, kid. Knock yourself out. And as soon as my culinary needs have been taken care of, I willingly pose in front of the camera again. Anything else, kid?
Oh, drat, now I almost forgot what I wanted to ask you.
Well, lucky for me that it came back to you. What is it?
I'm looking for a cat. Large, white, much fluff.
Do I look like an animal shelter? I'm more of a dog person anyway.
Well, this is a long and sad story.
Kid, if the catering can't reach me, do you really think any package with a cat in it could reach me? Besides, I told you that access bridge collapsed.
Too bad.
Nah, kid, sorry. And now excuse me, kid. That was the last time I made a cheap flick like that. These small movie crews have no idea how to properly handle a star of my caliber. In the future, I better stick to Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich again.
Hello, I really don't want to disturb your, devotion, but I have a really important question that I hope you can help me with.
Hello, young mortal. With what am I, Vlad Popescu, allowed to frighten you today?
Excuse me? But my concern is of the utmost urgency.
Oh, so you're probably not here to talk about my illustrious career as a scary movie icon? Then excuse my flurry greeting.
Sorry, I am indeed. Maybe there'll be time for that later. At the moment, I'm looking for a package that may have arrived in the mail recently. You would certainly have noticed it immediately.
A package?
No. I do hope that Mr. Fumbleclaw is quite well.
Why would anyone send a package with a live cat? But I am sorry to disappoint you. Neither have I received a package with a dead. I am afraid the world has forgotten the great Vlad Popescu by now.
Drat! Again, no success. Slowly, I'm really worried about the poor cat. Good. Then very strange.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you with your cat, but do you really have to go already?
I don't want to disturb you any further. You see...
That's all right, my young visitor. Oh, how rude of me.
You are Vlad Popescu, aren't you?
Oh, you know me? Unfortunately, my name is no longer a household word among today's youth. The times of dignified, scary cinema are unfortunately long gone.
That's sadly true. Real horror. Modern cinema simply can't do that anymore.
My dear Scott.
Or the works of one Vlad Popescu. Which leads me to an important question.
Go ahead, my uninvited yet welcome guest. Ask your question.
Shouldn't you be dead by now? Or at least 150 years old? I bet I've seen you in a movie alongside Boris Karloff in a movie from the 20s of the 20th century. But that can't be possible. You scare me. And that's completely without a movie screen.
Don't worry, my young Mr. Whiskers. I think I can let you in on the big secret. Indeed, the greatest secret of my life.
A secret?
Who doesn't? Well, then, the Vlad Popescu you saw alongside Boris Karloff, that was my grandfather. And the Vlad Popescu who shone alongside Vincent Price in the late 50s. Well, that was my father.
Oh!
Vlad Popescu the Seventh. The Popescu horror dynasty will unfortunately come to an end with me. But that's alright. Today, it's all about pointy ears and fairy tales and space movies.
I think you would have been an excellent Spock in your younger years.
I have no idea who or what a Spock is. My hope as an actor of the old school is still to play one or the other interesting role, and then disappear into the mists of oblivion.
Is that why you stand here at the graves?
Well, unfortunately, it's the case that if you live for 150 years like me...
Wow, you're really into your role.
You have to bury many old companions.
Your melancholy is so slowly becoming contagious.
Oh, I am sorry.
Is there anything I can do to cheer you up a little? Maybe a small cat from the animal shelter where I work would please you. When I'm sad, I always take an extra shift at the shelter to be with my cuddly Jimmy.
I'm afraid my cat hair allergy wouldn't allow that. No, but unless you happen to be a movie producer who has a role for an aging movie star like me.
Well, I don't want to promise anything. I will definitely keep my eyes open for a role for you.
And I appreciate that very much. And I very much hope that you'll find your package cat.
Thanks. See you later.
See you. And whenever you want to spend some time here at the grid, you're always welcome to do so.
I might have an idea how you could still get a part in the James Pollock romantic horror western.
You mean that important supporting role where I'm supposed to play some funny cowboy?
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the problem is that you're a few years too old for the role. At least, Mr. Pollock would like to fill the role with a younger actor. Personally, I think it's an outrageous discrimination against older people. But Hollywood unfortunately sees things differently. Simple.
You don't say.
And since I've always created my own costumes and masks over the years so far...
Really?
I do.
And you think you could spice up my face a bit?
I think so. And as luck would have it, I also found a collection of professional makeup on the side of the road. And I would consider it a great honor if I could do your makeup and help you get this great movie role.
Really? You would make an old man very happy with that. My stylist from the old days is unfortunately long gone.
Sorry to hear he's dead.
Dead?
So, probably dead after all. Be that as it may. Would you mind if I now prove my skills with brush and makeup?
Of course not.
Great. Then I'll get started. Please do not move now, if possible. And done. And if I may say.
Really?
You can! You look decades younger!
In any case, and also a little off cat.
I know,
And do you really think I have a chance at the role now?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Oh, can you please schedule an audition for me? Since you seem to know the director.
I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Pollock prefers applications by photo.
Oh, really? And could you take a picture of me?
Unfortunately, I left my pocket computer on the bus.
Oh, what a pity.
But don't worry.
You have truly been sent by heaven.
I think we have to come up with something regarding your hair color.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, grey hair is still not in vogue.
It is, but for the role in Mr. Pollock's Western, a more natural hair color would probably be appropriate.
You're probably right about that. Do you perhaps already have a solution for this problem?
Not yet.
Too bad.
But don't. Now that you have, I can certainly think of something else.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to get back into my old cowboy costume, and I miss the big screen so much.
Oh my God!
What?
Behind you!
Behind me?
Don't you see that? There! Behind you! The three-headed monkey!
What? How? Damn boy.
Drat. I forgot the beard.
You what?
Oh my God! He's back! The three-headed monkey! But this time for real!
Huh? What the heck, boy?
Well, you know the saying, the end justifies the means? I'm sorry if I've caught you a little off guard now, but you do have to acknowledge my adeptness at using the spray can. At least not a drop of paint ended up in your eye. That's where my years of spray can training in painting action figures really pays off.
Drat, I'll never get the color out of my hair again.
I'm sure there's a paint thinner expert in the game who can give you some tips. And as for the why, now nothing should stand in your way regarding the role of the funny sidekick in Mr. Pollock's romantic horror western.
Oh, to secure me said role.
That's right.
And you really didn't have a less definitive idea there.
Why definitive?
Well, which unfortunately will limit my acting to figures with brown hair for the next months.
Don't despair. As I said, I'm sure there's a paint thinner expert in the game who'll be happy to help you with this problem.
Do you really think so?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Do you want me to audition for the role somewhere?
I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Pollock prefers applications by photo.
By photo?
I don't think this role requires much acting. You mean my cell phone? No, unfortunately I left this on the bus. But don't worry, I'll come up with something for this problem as well. I think I've already demonstrated my creative approaches to solving problems.
I can't disagree with that. Your creativity borders on bodily harm. The end justifies the means.
Perhaps a professional chisel could make sure that you can finish your stone bust.
Joker? For sure. A professional chisel would help finish the bust. But I do not own a professional chisel. Just this cheap junk from my Amazon order. Or rather, I owned this cheap junk from my Amazon order. because all the chisels from this order are broken, and with them, my hope for a new career as a successful stonemason.
Well, as luck would have it, I recently found a high-quality looking stone chisel on the side of the road. Presumably it had fallen off some truck.
Really? And you would let me have him?
You're welcome. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the mask of stone.
Oh, I would be forever in your debt if...
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Here you go, and good luck! As the great contemporary poet MC Hammer once sang, it's hammer time.
A hammer? It looks quite stable.
It is. A real professional tool.
Really? Sounds indeed like a tool that I could use well. The chisel you gave me is unfortunately the death of my hammers from the Amazon order of the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels for €49.99.
Death?
Yes. If my cheap chisels used to break after a few blows, now it's the cheap hammers that shatter into 1,000 pieces after a few blows. It's so frustrating.
Well then, try my hammer here.
And you would just give it to me?
Why, of course. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the facade of stone.
Then I guess the only thing left to do is to thank you again. Good.
Can this be? Is this really? This is indeed the unforgettable, the unique Mr. Spock! Fascinating!
Yes?
Wow, that's Leonard Nimoy, isn't it? In the Futurama version. I'm deeply impressed. But why the critical expression on your face?
Oh, yes. It's just, I don't know. Don't you think that somehow that certain something is missing?
Well, I think you've done a wonderful job with Spock.
Do you really think so?
Don't you?
I don't know. Technically, the bust is already quite okay. The customer attaches great importance to the fact that the work depicts the characteristics of Mr. Nimoy as authentically as possible.
Characteristics?
Yes, as far as I know, Mr. Nimoy was a very serious person during his lifetime on the one hand, had a great sense of humor on the other hand, and I would like to depict both qualities in a subtle way with my work.
Well, the fact that you chose the Futurama Leonard Nimoy as a template is pretty funny. So that would be half the battle.
I think you misunderstand. I chose this cartoon template because its clean lines and colors made it very easy to chisel. Not because I wanted to depict a characteristic of the actor.
Oh. I suggest you let me think about that a little first. I knew Mr. Nimoy very well. On the other hand, I had the great honor to see him in person.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm convinced I can think of a way to make Spock's coolness and humor even better.
That would really be a big help. Please let me know if you have any ideas.
Promise. I have a candidate here for the role of Clint's sidekick. None other than the incomparable, unforgettable Vlad Popescu.
Vlad who?
Popescu.
Sorry, a veteran, you say. Do you happen to have a photo?
Yes, I have.
Wow, he is a perfect fit for the role of Clint's sidekick. Young, good looking, and he has experience as an actor too, you say?
You bet.
Really? I've been looking for casting for the role of Clint's sidekick forever.
Great!
You can, and he should please get here as soon as possible, so I can finally bring this damn movie to a close, and I can turn my attention to more challenging projects.
Welcome back to the...
I have great news.
Great news?
Incredible news.
Boy.
Remember James Pollock's romantic horror western?
How could I forget? The black lump of paint on my head is a constant reminder.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Excuse me? Does that mean I have the part?
It does. Congratulations.
Really?
Really? Mr. Pollock, already waiting for you. You'll find the movie set not far from here, but...
So, the old dilapidated bridge is passable again.
It is. Or at least halfway. Still, I hope you're not afraid of heights.
For a role in a scary movie, I would also climb the highest mountain. And even if the role doesn't quite correspond to what I was allowed to play in my heyday.
I'm glad that you're pleased.
And even if your methods were a bit unorthodox, I thank you very much for...
I was happy to help. And I think you should be on your way now. Mr. Pollock is more of the impatient sort. And I think I'd rather finish the movie today than tomorrow.
Yes, I will leave immediately. And I wish you much success in your search for the missing raccoon.
May I interrupt you for a moment?
If you don't mind.
Of course. Mr. Pollock is lucky to have an actor of your caliber on board. Now this is very strange, but the hamster wheel could really fit into the fixture for the drive module. Someone really considered all eventualities when developing the generator. Indeed! Fits like a glove. But I think some component for green electricity is still missing. Great! Mr. Snuggles is already totally excited. He's a big fan of green energy and has always wanted to do his part to stop the climate catastrophe. And if he has a little fun in the process, that's all the better. This really seems to work. Fantastic! Green hamster-powered green electricity! I think that, in any case, the movie set now has enough power again for the time being. And Mr. Snuggles looks like he's having a lot of fun at work. The little guy's to be envied. Whoever or whatever is placed here is captured by the camera in the best light.
One of the extras should actually be standing there. Unfortunately, he was terminated at short notice due to budget cuts.
That's what I call a rapid rise. Now I'm officially an employee of the local post office. I'm always happy to meet new colleagues. Better take good care of your ID though. These things are like gold on the black market. Criminal individuals gain unhindered access to all of the post office's premises with that. I'm always happy to these things criminal. No, I don't want to do that. I'm always happy to meet these things.
I would like to ask you... Oh, 1 second. I apologise for any inconvenience. Now I can clearly feel your aura. You exude that unmistakable aura of an employee of our company. Am I not right?
Yeah. Sure. I've been working for the post office for many years.
Of course, yeah. My sincerest apologies. Were you possibly transferred to us from District 9?
Yeah, of course.
Is old Charles still running his regime now with a hard hand?
Charles?
That was probably the best thing you could do.
Yeah. Now that I'm, officially part of the team, does that mean I can enter the warehouse?
Why, of course.
Great! Then, I better get back to work.
Of course. Welcome to the team.
I'm definitely not touching that thing. And I like my pretty face. Something tells me that the contents are not meant for my eyes. It won't work. Even though I'm a big guy, my arms don't reach up there. I would really like to know what's in there though. Ooh, a box in a box. A cheese replicator 2000 XL. Interesting. The package is addressed to the Pizzeria Alfredo. Nope, I certainly won't touch that smelly and wet package. I think the package is here for you.
A package? For me?
At least, your address is on the package. Well, I didn't open the package, of course, but it's best you take a look for yourself.
Really? And as I would like to note with pride, my very own invention? Oh God, I'm so excited! Yes, please hand over the package quickly. And keep your fingers crossed that it wasn't damaged when he fell off the mail van. That would be a disaster. After all, only this one prototype exists, and it has already used up all of my grandmother's savings. I'm so excited! Yes, it's it! Now, my young friend and budding pizza boy. As of today, no more crumbly vegan cheese imitation on pizza toppings. As of today, no more vegan cheese that tastes more like yeast than cheese. As of today, and I'm pretty sure of that, is the beginning of the vegan pizzeria Alfredo's franchise chain. And all this because of an ambitious pizza boy who, by an incredible coincidence, found an incredibly valuable package on the street.
You sound like you're all really excited!
I am! This marvel of modern cheese engineering incorporates all of my knowledge. There is only this one prototype, at least for the moment.
So you have big plans for it?
I have. Soon, customers will be snatching my new sensational vegan cheese pizza out of my hands. And with these earnings, my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL will go into production.
Are you really planning to switch to completely vegan?
Right, and in addition, I will license my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL to the cheese industry.
Sounds like you soon won't know what to do with all that money.
That is why I am assuming. And I would also like to show my appreciation.
You mean you would let me participate in your franchise chain?
Well, not directly, but how does a first vegan-free pizza sound? You could preserve it and sell it on eBay.
Well, that sounds simply wonderful! I am honored to become the first customer of their sensational vegan cheese pizza.
Great, my boss. Then give me a few minutes. Just a moment. And done. Here you go. Doesn't it smell delicious?
In fact, it smells amazingly delicious in my...
And is indistinguishable from a real cheese pizza in terms of smell, taste and texture. I would suggest not to walk too close to stray dogs or cats, Fru. You smell so irresistible now.
Thanks for the tip. I think I already know a cowboy who'll be very happy about this pizza.
Of course, and if you know any other cowboys, but now I would like to ask you to let me continue working first. I'm afraid I still have that bulk order of selling mushroom garlic bread to work off, before I will fully focus on my new vegan cheese empire.
Hey kid, is that pizza for me?
Mr. Pollock mentioned that there are a few issues with catering. And as I'm your biggest fan, I thought I'd just do you a little favor. I hope you don't mind vegan food.
Are you kidding, kid? I have been a convinced vegetarian for years. And you mean to tell me now you really have a delicious vegetarian pizza in your pocket? For me?
Yeah, I already told you. I'm your biggest fan.
Hey kid, if that's the case, I'm your biggest fan.
I hope you don't mind a quite experimental vegan cheese sensation.
As long as no animals had to lose their lives for the bacon of the pizza, I am open for everything. But as much as I'd like to chat with you right now, how about you just hand me your delicious vegan cheese pizza right now?
Oh, yes. Here you go.
Delicious. Damn, that was tasty. And you really want to tell me that thing was completely vegan? The cheese tasted so much like cheese?
Yeah, created with the latest technology, supported by artificial...
Alfredo, you say?
Yeah, he owns the pizzeria a few towns away.
Damn, kid. I would love to have a delicious pizza like this every day.
I think so. Would you like me to talk to Mr. Pollock about it?
That would be great, kid.
Am I also correct in thinking that I can tell Mr. Pollock that his star is now ready for work?
I am so ready. Let's finish this damn movie. The sooner the better.
You again?
I think your star can work now.
Really? So...
If you mean that he's no longer on strike because he's hungry, then you're right. And all it took was an incredibly delicious, sensational vegan pizza. Oh, and Clint would like the catering for the movie set to be done by Alfredo's Pizzeria a few towns away. You think that can be arranged?
That's the one with the sensational vegan cheese pizza?
Exactly.
I think that's fine, I get that. In fact, one of our main problems was providing for Clint's extremely specialized vegetarian diet. If he has finally found something that he likes, that's fine with me. Pizza Alfredo's, you say? Now I'll have a timely sit-down with this Alfredo and discuss Clint's daily vegetarian menu. In any case, thanks for your help, my boy.
I'm always happy to help.
And I appreciate that very much. In the end, there's still a way to finish this damn movie someday. Is there anything else in your mind?
I'll get back to you later.
I would prefer if you let me work in peace.
Lord Longbottom, may I interrupt you for a moment? Pizza. I don't deliver pizza.
Lord Fumbleclaw.
Your wife?
The cat.
Right. I found your leaflet with the missing pet ad at the local animal shelter and would like to help with the search.
That is very commendable. Personally, I prefer far more intelligent creatures.
I assume you're talking about chihuahuas.
That's right.
Only one chihuahua?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I'm afraid not.
Too bad.
I'm sure of that. Do you need any help with your archaeology stuff?
Help? But your language suggests to me that you probably do not hold a PhD in archaeology, or have some other form of qualification in North American history.
Well, I've seen plenty of westerns.
Westerns?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me anything about John Wayne.
John Wayne? The old John Wayne movies in particular shed light on the events of the time in a highly one-dimensional way. However, if you happen to get the phone number of a real expert, I would be happy if you send it to me. I have a few interesting topics that I would like to discuss with a colleague, but specialists in my field are unfortunately few and far between in this country.
So my movie knowledge is no help to you?
I'm afraid not. But please don't get me wrong. And, for example, the consultants of the classic Dances with Wolves were definitely luminaries in their field. But, as I said before, you're more likely to find such specialists overseas.
As it happens, one of the advisors of the classic The Last of the Mohicans is a good friend of mine.
Really? And your friend was one of the consultants on the flick?
He was. Whenever things got technically stuck during filming, thanks to James's advice, the camera was up and running again in no time.
And you would let me have his phone number?
Even much better. My good, really very good friend is now a successful director and is shooting a new movie. And surely I could arrange a timely meeting.
You would? I am overwhelmed. I miss this professional exchange with like-minded people so much.
Yeah, great. I'll let James know you're interested in talking. And surely you can explain to him why some aspects of the movie are rather questionable in nature. And
oh, for example?
Well, James had better tell you himself.
All right. I'm very excited.
That's all for
I would appreciate the chief. It either belongs back in its time, which is rather impossible, or in a museum.
Or quite obviously in your living room.
This, my study room, is a recognized private museum.
Sorry, I really wanted just to admire the majestic appearance. A movie pretty high quality.
You again?
Are you by any chance an expert on the Wild West?
Interesting question. You think that just because I'm a movie director shooting a Western here that I'm necessarily an expert on the era?
No, actually I think so because you told me yourself that you were a consultant and assistant director on the flicks like Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans.
Oh, you actually remembered that. You have to know that I wasn't always in the movie business. Before all the glitz and glamour, I was a student of North American history for a brief period of my life. However, after successfully completing my degree and spending a year as a high school history teacher, I changed my mind rather quickly.
Was there a particular reason for this?
Indeed there was. The kids in an American high school in particular.
Aren't you being a little too harsh with today's youth?
Quite possibly. And secretly, it had always been my wish to make my hard-earned knowledge a reality anyway. And as luck would have it, and a few fortunate circumstances later.
And because of the enormous success of the movie, Hollywood was then probably lining up for you.
Yes, exactly. And now, a few decades later, I'm standing here in the woods shooting
a romance horror western.
Yes, okay, but my boy, as much as I like to reminisce with you, why do you want to know all of this anyway?
Well, would you be interested in talking to another expert on North American history?
I have a pretty tight schedule here.
Don't you think there are currently a few problems that needed to be solved first?
That is also true. And the exchange with a like-minded person may give me some ideas how to improve this production. Who is your expert?
Does Lord Longbottom ring a bell?
Lord Longbottom? The Lord Longbottom, perhaps.
Oh, you know him already?
Not personally, However, I am a lifetime subscriber to the American Archaeology magazine. His expeditions in South and North America are legendary.
Oops, you sound really excited.
And you know Lord Longbottom?
Yeah, I know him. And the comparison with Indiana Jones? He doesn't like that at all. Would you be interested in a meeting?
Are you seriously asking that? This kind of distraction might be just what I need right now. After all these years, deep in my heart, the fire of the historian and archaeologist still burns brightly. Even though I myself have never had the pleasure of going on an archaeological trip. I would be all the more pleased to hear from Lord Longbottom about his travels firsthand.
Great! Then
thanks a lot, my boy. I really appreciate that.
Good, I'll
see you later.
Yes, my friend.
I have good news for you.
So, which are?
Weren't you looking for a like-minded colleague to share knowledge with?
Yes.
And had unfortunately rejected my extensive knowledge from cinema westerns with John Wayne?
Yes. As much as I like the Duke's movies,
That's right.
James Pollock, yes. I remember him dimly.
Exactly. And for good reason. Prior to his career in Hollywood, he studied South and North American history and archaeology. Right? And he was thrilled when I told him about our friendship.
Our what?
Yeah, since we met while walking the Chihuahua.
Excuse me?
Okay, maybe I exaggerated a little, but you did want a meeting with a like-minded colleague.
And this James Pollock would be interested in a meeting? How can I reach Mr. Pollock?
Much better. You can meet him directly.
Really?
As luck would have it, he's indeed shooting a movie at the moment.
That is terrific.
Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
Yes.
Well, the bridge has been expertly repaired in the meantime. You can't miss it, if you're not afraid of heights.
That is indeed great news. Thank you for making the contact.
After all, what are friends for?
Yeah. As soon as I have finished cataloguing here, I will pay Mr. Pollock a visit.
I'm sure you have many common themes.
I think so too. And this will be a pleasant change from the topics I can talk about with my wife. She is all about cats, cats, and cats again.
Would you mind if I borrowed the Chief for a moment?
Actually, I do.
I have an idea how he could add some authentic flair to a cheap western. The western their colleague James Pollock is shooting a few villages away.
Oh, why didn't you say so? But please take care that the statue is not damaged. The Chief is an irreplaceable museum piece.
I will. I promise. I'm curious if Spock's long nose really provides the necessary support for this mask. Well, this may be a bit unconventional, but these funny glasses could be just the certain extra that Eddie wants for his statue, symbolic of Leonard Nimoy's great sense of humour. And anyone who's seen him in Futurama knows exactly what I'm talking about. Now... Good. The lenses of the glasses are probably the only stylish thing about this model anyway. I hope I won't saw off a finger now. Oops, the frame of the glasses has unfortunately not survived this attempt. But I do not think that this is a greater loss for mankind. At least I was able to save the lenses. Let's see if I can get the glasses into the mask without cutting off a finger. I should become an optician! The glasses fit like a glove, and the mask is now a shining symbol of both Leonard Nimoy's unforgettable humour and his cool detachment. I think Eddie will be very pleased.
Yes?
Congratulations on your first work in stone! And if I may add, I find Spock excellently done. Both his profile, his cool attachments, and his humour were perfectly depicted.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can be quite satisfied with my first commissioned work, can't I? Even though I had to rely on your help for the final result. However, I hope it's okay with you if I keep quiet about your participation in the whole work.
Why sure, creating such a work is much more impressive when you say you did it alone. If I develop a video game someday, and then I'd certainly keep quiet about the 2 dozens of helpers needed without any remorse.
Thank you for understanding.
But of course, Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott of the Starship Enterprise always acted as if he alone would keep the Enterprise alive.
Enterprise? At least I did when I still had a TV.
Well, you should be able to easily afford a new TV with the fee of your first work in.
I very much hope so.
I'm firmly convinced of that. Who did you say your customer was? The fans in my circle of friends still wear their mother's homemade costumes to conventions. No one owns a penthouse with a stone bust of Leonard Nimoy in the foyer.
Sorry, I already mentioned it.
Too bad. Not even a hint?
No. I mean, who else would put a stone bust of their dead friend in their penthouse?
Dead friend?
Forget it.
Ooh. And yes, I also had the honor to meet him at a science fiction convention.
Well, I'm happy. Is there anything else?
That's it for now.
Good.
From the camera position, this perfectly carved statue could probably really pass for an extra. Today's moviegoers are not particularly attentive anyway. Let's see how the Chief looks here, in the... Wow! An impressive appearance. Even more so here in the perfect light. I wonder what Mr. Pollock thinks about that. The totem pole's really impressive, but this still looks unfinished.
Unfortunately, the carpenter in charge has left due to budget cuts. And now, I lack a capable replacement craftsman. You again?
What do you think of your new free extra?
Oh. Did you put that statue back there?
You said the production couldn't afford extras.
This...
The Chief, by the way, is borrowed from Lord Longbottom. Do you think that solves your extra problems?
Lord Longbottom! Yes, I think that might even work. I was just looking for a simple stand-in extra anyway.
So he really just has to stand there and look majestic.
Exactly. Drat, why didn't I... In any case, many thanks for that.
I was happy to help.
Unfortunately, not yet.
Great, I think the Lord feels the same way. Okay, then I better let you get back to... And maybe I have an idea for one of your other problems.
Yes?
Would you possibly be interested in participating in a movie?
A movie?
Well, a western is currently being filmed nearby. There's a really impressive totem pole that would need to be finished, and I seem to remember you mentioning in that addition to carving stone, you also had talent in carving wood.
A western? But yes, you are right. And the totem pole thing sounds really highly interesting. Why not? Am I correct in assuming that I do not have to expect payment?
You guessed right. But this doesn't mean that it's an inferior production. I think the director, Mr. Pollock, has some talent to show.
I'm glad to hear that.
Great!
Where exactly do I have to go again?
Yeah, exactly. Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
You bet. And I almost fell into the abyss with my bicycle at dawn.
Oops. But I have good news. The abyss has been professionally bridged in the meantime.
Really? I guess I'll be on my way right away and take a closer look at this magnificent piece of wood. When do you ever get a chance to carve on a totem pole in this country?
Well then, I wish you every success.
Thank you, my young friend.
It's a pleasure.
See you later.
Whoa! Are you a magician?
Very funny. Tell me.
No.
I had already wondered.
I slept a little in your makeshift bed back there.
Excuse me?
Well, you had. And the bed, contrary to expectations, was quite comfortable. But this isn't about me. Were you able to finish carving the totem pole on the movie set?
Indeed, I was.
Great!
And it was really interesting work. I think the director of the movie, Mr. Pollock, knows his stuff. He had an amazingly profound knowledge of how the totem pole should look.
Yeah, even...
I forgot to ask him when the movie...
Sorry, no clue. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the flick ended up directly on Netflix. A romantic horror western is exactly the kind of program that the hip Netflix community expects.
Netflix?
Well, that was just a guess. I can't imagine that any cinema will include this movie in their program.
Oh, I see. Well, let's hope for the best. But I would also be quite happy with Netflix. Then the whole world can admire my totem pole.
Well, then I wish you good luck. I'd best go on the movie set right now and see the result for myself.
Good.
You again?
You seem so excited. Can the show begin?
I seem excited? Really? If only so that I can now bring this unspeakable project to an end, and as a result I can devote myself to real movie art again. I think so. Your buddy Eddie really finished the totem pole with a lot of skill. Clint seems to have his vegan cravings well under control by now. The mute extra with the wooden look really plays his role absolutely convincingly. Young Mr. Popescu has already delivered a lot of funny one-liners.
Oh, that sounds great! When does the shooting start?
Once you're no longer in front of the camera.
Whoops. Would you mind if I watched the shooting? Because I love movies.
Weren't you supposed to find a runway cat? You seem to like getting distracted quite a bit and quite often.
I guess that's true, but I already said it. I love movies, and I would really like to see the shooting.
All right, I guess that's only fair. After all, you have contributed significantly to the fact that I can now finally start shooting. God, how I have longed for this day. Well then, go stand somewhere back there, shut up, and watch the professionals work.
Of course! This is so exciting! And so it began. The shooting for Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods. A not quite so masterful western of the master director, James Pollock. A movie that we would really like to have presented here in more detail. However, due to the age rating, we unfortunately are not allowed to do so. For the sake of the children. Seriously, this movie's really quite creepy. For many reasons. But this game is, and remains, a game for the whole family. Besides, you still have a cat to find. And really no time for movies. Seriously, you have no time for movies. Really not. You must find the cat. However, we are confident that you're up to the task. And if you're in the mood for a romantic horror western afterwards, search Fluxnet in the western section somewhere on page 36 for Cow Wolf, the Beast of the Bloody Woods, a James Pollock movie. This is... So your movie's already finished?
What? How? Oh, it's you.
Oh, sorry. I really just wanted to congratulate you on the completion of Cow Wolf.
Okay.
So the movie's really ready.
Fluxnet. However, it should be in theaters in about 6 months.
Wasn't the movie a Fluxnet production?
It is, but to have a chance at the Oscar, the movie has to be in theaters first.
Oh. You really think the flick has a chance at the Oscar?
Me personally? Never. The production studio, however, thinks it will make a killing at the next Oscars, which really just shows how little they know about movies. But it's not my concern anymore. Maybe a really sophisticated, scary movie.
Sounds like a good plan. And what keeps you here now when the project's finished? Do they pay you so little that it's not enough for a bed in a hotel?
Yes, they did. But on the one hand, I enjoy the pleasant silence and good air here in the forest. And on the other hand, I still have a few smaller reshoots ahead of me that I want to get over with as little time as possible.
Reshoots?
Yes, primarily nature photography. The murmur of a river, squirrels collect raccoons planning their next raid. That kind of thing. But as always...
Obstacles?
Yes. As a result, the lighting of the movie set is again completely inadequate. I can't shoot like that.
Mr. Snuggles?
But it might be better if a vet takes a closer look at him. I have no desire to be sued for health exploitation.
Oh. Is it that?
As I said, I'm not a doctor. I believe a few villages down the road, a Dr. Stringer has his practice. Maybe you should go to him with Mr. Snuggles.
Me?
Because now I'm in desperate need of a good night's sleep. You were the animal rights activist to the two of us, if I remember correctly, aren't you?
If I can help Mr. Snuggles with this, I will happily take him to the vet.
There you go. I knew it. And now please, let me sleep Just let me know when my employee is up.
For him to be your employee, you would have to at least pay him some kind of salary.
What do you mean?
I have to go. This is probably supposed to represent a Native American but it's just... Wow, I wonder what these props are for. A cowboy, what a great... Mr. Snuggles looks pretty exhausted. I better take him to the vet. Mr. Pollock's movie is as good as finished anyway. The decrepit power generator seems to be broken. The brightly shining spotlights perfectly illuminate the movie set. No longer necessary. I should check out all the stations en route as soon as possible and ask about the cat. I hope I'm not too late. Through the window, I can see into Dr. Stringer's living room. Next to the door is a small scratching post for cats with a comfortable little bed on top. Oh, can that be? Why does the cat in the crib look like the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw? That's a strange coincidence. On the other hand, Dr. Stringer's practice is on the route of the mail van I got from Johnny Scroot's computer, so it would be quite possible. Wow! I don't believe it! I've actually found him! No doubt about it! The longer I look at the kitty, the more sure that I am. I should definitely talk to Dr. Stringer. I'm curious what he has to say about that. I think I actually made it! And found him! Mr. Fumbleclaw! And he seems to be well, thank God! There's a load off my mind. Unfortunately, this also means the end of the game! After all, the name of the game is The Search for Mr. Fumbleclaw, and the search is now over. I hope you had a lot of fun with the game. You can now turn off your computer, cell phone or games console and do the housework or your homework. I think the trash would still need to be taken out as well. The game's far from over. For now, the mystery of how Mr. Fumbleclaw got into the living room of the good Dr. Stringer must be solved. Lady Longbottom will be less than thrilled. But better I not tell her anything yet, and rather ask Dr. Stringer. Surely there's a very simple explanation for this. Yikes. Now just don't lose your head, Scott. I'm sure no one will notice. And when in doubt, I'll just blame it on Buddy. I'm sure he has many a bone buried under the pasture outside. Oh, a flea comb! Very good. You should never know when you'll have to deal with the little bloodsuckers. Good day. My name's Whiskers. Scott Whiskers. Dr. Stringer, I presume.
That's right. Hello, Scott. Welcome to my practice. Do you have a small or large furry friend that needs my help?
You're talking about my buddy Andy.
My dear Mr. Whiskers.
Oh, is your practice open yet?
My practice is always open for emergencies. I actually kept this morning free to take care of Buddy here.
Buddy?
He is, but unfortunately not the smartest.
Why does he have to be smart when he's so pretty?
Because then he would have refrained from rolling around in the litter box of his buddy, Cat Skippy. Buddy's fur is 50% cat litter right now. Small, fine, extremely sticky cat litter.
Whoops. And then his owner immediately dragged him to the doctor? Aren't you a little overqualified for that?
Can you keep a secret?
Probably not.
Buddy is my dog. Yes, and if word gets out now, my handsome Buddy will be the laughing stock of the village for the next few months.
Well, of course, we don't want that. It's still funny.
If you've ever spent an hour combing cat litter out of your dog's long coat, you'll probably see it differently.
When I used to walk my Dax and Robbie as a child, my parents always thought that was great too.
Surely. You're not here to talk about our four-legged friend's preference for excrement, are you?
No, I'm really not. I have two major concerns.
Shoot.
Well, for one thing, even though this may sound a little strange, have you received a box from the post office lately with a live cat inside?
Excuse me? No, of course not.
Well, you have a donation box back there in the corner from pet hairdresser Ricky. And Mr. Fumbleclaw, through the most unfortunate chain of circumstances, was shipped in just such a box.
Yes.
And there was no hairy extra in the box.
No, of course not.
Because I could have sworn I saw Mr. Fumbleclaw in your living room, slumbering peacefully in a soft little bed.
Excuse me?
No, of course not. I just happened to glance through the window.
How rude. And do you think you saw what exactly?
Mr. Fumbleclaw, large, white, of noble blood.
You must have been mistaken. In my apartment lives only my cat Skippy. And Skippy is a short-haired grey street cat. And he sounds nothing like the cat you just described. Not to mention that it is very rude to look into other people's living rooms.
But
enough of what you mistakenly think you saw. It's bad enough that someone sent a live cat in the mail, and I really hope that the kitty is doing well. But didn't you have a second concern?
Indeed. Could you help an exhausted pocket hamster? Make him happy again?
Pocket hamster?
Yeah. Well, the hamster I have here in my pocket.
You have what now? Let me see.
Do you really think I can show off a hamster here? In front of Buddy?
Sure.
All right. His name, by the way, is Mr. Snuggles. Here you go. I think he's a little exhausted. He works namely in the movie industry, you must know.
Well, he's cute.
He is, isn't he?
He works in the movie industry, you said.
Yeah, and I think without him, one of the most important movies of the year would have never been finished.
You don't say.
That bad?
No. I don't think you have to worry about your little friend. It's just a little bit overworked.
So, nothing bad?
No. Just give him a little rest.
That's a relief. I think I'll let him sleep in my pocket for a little while longer. He's got it nice and warm and dark there.
Sounds like a good idea. A bit unconventional. But your magic pockets do indeed seem to have enough room for your little guy. So just give it a little rest. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Not at the moment. Thank you. Good luck with Buddy. I think he's only 40% cat litter now. Your professional treatment works. Just at the front of the entrance is a small scratching post for cats, and on it slumbers peacefully a chick that looks confusingly like Mr. Fumbleclaw. It's so cute to see him slumbering in his crib. I'm so glad that the handsome cat's doing well. Only, how did he end up in Dr. Stringer's living room? About the cat in your living room again.
Yes. What now? I already told you that you saw my cat Skippy there.
I'm afraid you weren't completely honest with me there.
Excuse me?
Just a moment. Does the cat in this photo really look like your Skippy? I think not.
What the? Did you take pictures of my living room? I think I'll have to call our village police after all.
Please. Dr. Stringer, I'm really not here to cause you any trouble. I've just been looking for the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw for so long now that I just need to know if the cat in the photo is him or not. Please, be honest with me. In the box of flea combs you received from Ricky...
Good. Now that you have your photo, you might be interested in the whole story.
I am, of course.
Very well. It's been about 3 months now, and my beloved Skippy died.
Oh no, I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you. Skippy was already old and very sick, but he had a great life, with his beloved Meadow right out, and his buddy always by his side.
Skippy must have been a great cat.
The best. And then, suddenly...
The package from Ricky?
Exactly. And you can imagine my surprise when I opened the package, and a white ball of fur jumped out at me. Starved, thirsty, and unfortunately, also full of excrement.
Oh God. How awful. The time in the box must have been hell for Mr. Fumbleclaw.
For sure. To give the cat a little rest, I put up a little bed in my living room, and the little one must have slept for 24 hours straight and gorged himself.
He certainly needed this rest badly.
I think so too. And shall I tell you something? I fell in love with the cat from the very first second, and my buddy too.
How beautiful.
And now, I should give him away, and thus lose the second cat this year? Please don't.
Oh, legally, the cat now belongs to Lady Longbottom, but... Well, I'm pretty sure Lady Longbottom only sees Mr. Fumbleclaw as a champion of her cat breed, and doesn't really love the cat for its own sake. And when I look at the photo with the cute cat like this, and in addition to your quite conclusive explanation, I don't think it would be in the cat's best interest to leave him with the lady again. But the problem is that Mr. Fumbleclaw legally belongs to Lady Longbottom. But I could talk to the lady. Of course, maybe I could negotiate some kind of agreement, or something like that.
Do you really think so?
It's worth the try. And I've solved much more complicated tasks in the last few days.
I don't even know what to say. You would really do that?
Sure will. Surely a possibility can be found so that Buddy can keep his new best friend.
That would be fantastic.
Well, good. I think I'll go talk to the lady right now. There's just one more thing.
Yes?
What's Mr. Fumbleclaw's name now? I am curious.
I'm afraid I can't say that.
Why?
Because it's silly, and you probably call me crazy.
Now you must tell me the name, more than ever.
All right. His name?
Yes?
Frodo.
Mr. Fumbleclaw is now called...
I said so.
Yes, but why? I love the name.
Really?
Yeah, indeed. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan after all.
Really? I must have read the books 100 times. Great literature.
And I must have seen the movies 100 times. But why Frodo? Why not?
Simple. The cat has just as hairy feet as a hobbit. That's when I thought it was just fitting.
Yes, then of course it makes... Okay, I'd better go and talk to Lady Longbottom about Frodo. Pardon, Mr. Fumbleclaw. And hopefully I'll be back shortly with some good news.
Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate that.
You again. These nerve-wracking conversations with pizza delivery people are actually Rumpstone's job.
Assuming I had found Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Lord Fumbleclaw! How many? What do you mean by assuming? Have you found the cat or not?
Well, no. I'm simply curious.
How now?
You wanted Lord Fumbleclaw to be the champion for this year's Ricky's Finest Beauty pageant, right?
Right. A mangy crossbreed that is probably as lousy as its owner. I am convinced that Lord Fumbleclaw will win a triumphant victory. One last time.
One last time?
A triumphant last time.
Why one last time?
Well, Lord Fumbleclaw's shining star is slowly fading. He has secured me some nice victories for a few years now. In addition, I already have a new champion at the start.
Duke... who?
Duke Puke Hairtuft. I name all my cats after their most essential characteristics. And the good Duke is now at the best age to take over Lord Fumbleclaw's throne. Here's to Lady Beaufort kissing the hairy bottoms of my champions for...
And then what happens to Lord Fumbleclaw next year?
Honestly, I pretty much don't care. Maybe I can find someone on eBay.
eBay?
Or whatever. I told you that I don't care.
Really?
Well, I pretty much don't care about that either.
If he already has to lose his home here, why don't you make sure he finds a nice new home?
Animal shelter? Yes. Probably no one will pay me a nice sum for a champion of days gone by anyway.
Well, as luck would have it,
Do you? As a pizza guy,
I don't work there for money's sake.
So you plan to marry rich someday? From my own experience,
Anyway, I'd like to offer you that I will take care of the animal shelter formalities and the later placement of Lord Fumbleclaw.
You would?
With pleasure.
Good. Why not? One less thing for me to deal with.
Great.
But one thing at a time. First of all, after that, you can do what you want with the cat.
All right. Find Frodo, making sure he wins, placing him in a new home. Good plan.
Who is Frodo?
See you later. I think I have a hot lead on a winner's podium. Presumably for the winners of Ricky's Cat Beauty Contest, Ricky's Finest. I think if the fluffy cat had fuzzier hair, it would indeed look confusingly like Mr. Fumbleclaw. Let's see if I can do that. The plush cat looks confusingly like Mr. Fumbleclaw. I'm a real artist. Once again, my talents as a science fiction convention costume designer come in handy. No, I prefer to... While it's not nice to scam your way into first place on Ricky's Finest this way, I think the plush Mr. Fumbleclaw is a worthy stunt double for the original. Perfect. Unless you count each whisker individually. For the winning photo, I'd better use a slightly higher quality camera. That would...
Hi, Scott.
About Lady Longbottom?
Yes. Have you had a chance to talk to the lady about Frodo?
I could actually do that.
Really? So, do you really think there is a way I could keep Frodo?
I guess I have good news for you indeed.
Really? You are making me very happy right now. So I get to keep Frodo?
Yeah. As soon as he won the crown at the beauty contest, Ricky's Finest. After that, as an employee of the animal shelter, I'm supposed to take care of the placement of the cat. But I would say this step we just skip and leave the cat here in your care.
That sounds too good to be true. Thank you very much. Only, what kind of competition is this?
Ricky's Finest, the most popular cat beauty contest in the region. Ricky hosts one every year, and Lady Longbottom expects nothing less than Frodo's victory.
I see another problem now.
What's that?
Do you have any idea what a stress such a competition is for such a small cat? Even if it's just one day, as a veterinarian, I find this appalling. And I could not, with my conscience, expose Frodo to this stress.
I can understand that.
On the other hand, if the cat were returned to its owner, I would be subjected to this stress in any...
True. Yes, this is a real dilemma.
You're a smart little guy. And maybe you can think of a solution to this for Frodo's sake.
Let's see. Probably it would be enough if I present Lady Longbottom with the certificate of Frodo's victory. But no victory without a cat. And without victory...
I'm sure you can think of something. Please.
Well, I could talk. I have a pretty good connection. Perhaps he'll create the deed without Frodo having to be present. Personally, I'd have no problem faking victory and such, but I don't think Ricky would agree with that, because of his pet hairdresser code of honor and all. But hey, maybe I'll get another idea after talking to him.
That would be really great.
And not to mention that I'm convinced that Frodo would have a good time with you.
So you'll talk to Ricky?
Will do. But of course, my charm is hard to resist. Therefore...
Fantastic. Please, be sure to let me know what you are able to accomplish, no matter if day or night.
You got it. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be here all game long. And you'll still be standing here next week brushing cat litter out of Buddy's fur.
Yes.
Good news! I found the missing cat!
Disappeared cat? The missing cat?
The one and only.
Really? Please tell me it is doing well, and that I had nothing to do with the disappearance.
Cat's doing well under the circumstances.
Thank God.
And he survived the Odyssey in the box with your flea combs just fine.
Really? Drat.
I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose.
Of course not. Nevertheless, if that gets out, that would be a PR nightmare. Say, would you care for a little bribery?
Bribery? You want to buy my silence?
This is what is generally understood by a bribe. For example, because it's obvious that you have some hairstyle.
No. But while we're on the subject of bribery,
Great. Let me hear it.
Said missing cat must win your contest this year. And all this in the absence of said missing cat.
If I understand you correctly, I'm supposed to manipulate my own competition, jeopardize my integrity in order for all the other contestant participants to cheat, and that's just to cover up a little mishap arising from...
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Sure, no big deal.
Really? That was easy.
Because it absolutely does not matter.
What do you mean?
The contest probably won't happen this year anyway.
Really?
Yes, because I recently became the victim of a murder.
Whoa, that sounds serious.
It is. First, the lock on my store door was murdered, and then my insanely expensive professional photo equipment was robbed. No winning photos without photo equipment. No contest without winning photos. So you see, I can't keep my promise anyway.
Drat. So, in principle, because I have an old Polaroid camera here, would that be enough?
Polaroid, please. What kind of amateur do you think I am? The winning photos of my annual contest are absolutely high quality, and for high quality photos.
And that was stolen from you?
Yes, that is what is your weird hairstyle.
So I just have to get your photo equipment back?
What do you mean by just? Did you steal the camera?
But this task really doesn't sound so difficult.
Well, are you sure you had nothing to do with the murder and robbery?
Very sure. Okay, alright, I'll get you your photo equipment.
Sure will. Whatever you say. Solve this nefarious break-in, and your missing cat would probably have won the competition again this year anyway. Therefore, this does not damage my pet hairdresser and showrunner code of honor.
Great. I'll be on my way, and I'll be back with your super expensive photo equipment shortly.
Good luck, and take care, darling. These criminals will stop at nothing.
May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up?
Could I have another look at the camera in front of Ricky's pet hairdresser?
Why would you want to do that? The camera's recordings are still top secret.
Ricky's store was recently robbed by gangsters.
Oh my, that's just terrible. What do I have to do with it?
Well, you do have access to the surveillance camera outside Ricky's store, the one I got a sneak peek at the other day.
Oh yes, I remember. Something about a missing cat.
Exactly.
Have you found the kitty in the meantime?
As a matter of fact, I have. Nevertheless, I'd like to take another look at the camera. Ricky needs his expensive photo equipment back. And certainly the thief was recorded on video.
I see. Yes, that is very possible. But I already said it.
Is there no way to loosen up this strict secrecy a bit?
Well, I guess. You could go back to being an auxiliary policeman and help me. As an auxiliary policeman, you would then have the authorization for the recordings.
I thought something like this was coming. Let me guess. You want me to eavesdrop on anyone?
Yep. I hope you didn't dispose of the engineering marvel.
Of course not.
Great. Then please get me some Law and Order recordings.
Law and Order? To calibrate the microphone again?
No. The recording is for my personal collection.
Collection?
Yes. I've started to create a categorised collection of exciting sound recordings, and I'm still missing something exciting on the subject of law and order.
Why do you need this collection?
Well, actually it's none of your business, but I'll tell you anyway. My police psychologist did call it a distinct voyeuristic disorder. I, however, find the analysis of these true events Besides, Time passes faster here when I listen to the tapes over and over again.
You have a police psychologist?
Yes, nice guy, but a total doomsayer. Be that as it may, do we have a deal?
We do. I'll get some entertaining recordings with voyeuristic potential of the subject of Law and Order.
This is how we do it.
Although I don't understand why a real crime like the robbery of Ricky's store meets with so little interest from you.
That is police work. As you just noted yourself, you don't understand any of this. Now go ahead.
Great idea! Where better to get a sound recording on Law and Order than a police station? Scott, you are such a sly fox. So, dear police department, speak to me. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing still work at all? Maybe the batteries run out. Maybe I'll have more success now. I had actually thought there would be much more action in such a police station. Well, and again, no success. In those police shows, there's always a lot more action and drama in such a precinct. Last try now.
All right. Here we go. How I hate these continuing education programs. This bright daylight is simply not for my eyes. But the sooner I get over with, well, at least I have a monitor here. And on it is a video game, even if boss calls it advanced training. It is and remains a video game. What a waste of time. The real crime doesn't take place in a video game, but on the monitors of my surveillance cameras. It doesn't help though. Instruction is instruction, nevertheless. I hate video games, a total waste of time. Good, let's go. Police Quest 1 by Sierra Online. By policemen, for policemen. The music is already good. Now that's a funny blue man. What do I have to do now? Click. Oh, the man is moving. There seems to be a door on the right. That's where I'll move the man. A gym in a police station? We could use that too. On the other hand, I hate sports. Good. What do I have to do now? This looks like lockers. I'm going to open one. Damn, he should go faster. Okay, now I'm at one of the lockers. My boss said I have to type in what I want with the keyboard. Good. Then open locker. Ah, it's open. There are clothes hanging in there. Oh, and a gun. Use gun. You died. Your gun was still loaded. Damn. Okay. I think that was educational already. Weapons are evil. Crap. I think I'm back at the beginning of the game. What now? Hit the gym again and watch another man take a shower? Better not. I'm going to the left. I think that's the way out onto the street. Good. I'll leave. Crime is usually waiting outside in the wild anyway, in front of the cameras of my surveillance monitors, even though I haven't seen a camera in the game here yet, and that's what my boss calls realistic in any case, although Constable Smith doesn't walk any faster when he's stuffed himself with donuts again. Ah, finally. You died. Look left and right first when crossing the road. Damn! Okay, I also... And now? Oh, I'm back. That was obvious. This game... And now? I went to the only other... I'm going to... go. Hopefully he's still in jail for this crime. A conference? Hard to say when you can count every single pixel. What should I... Apparently I guess the conference hasn't... There's a water dispenser back there. While I'm waiting for the other conference participants, I also really appreciate the water dispenser out. Good. It's a... Well then, you... You died. Never drink water that's been sitting around for more than 6 weeks. E. coli bacteria are dead. What? Really? I'll never touch them. My boss was this game and I think I've learned. So if I go right, if I go up, and that's exactly the real world.
Well, that was an unexpectedly exciting recording after all. I wouldn't have thought that the Police Quest game series by Sierra Online from the 80s is still used for training today's police. On the other hand, that explains a lot. Captain Paulie will probably be delighted with this tape. A police officer plays a police officer. More law and order is really not possible. May I interrupt again for...
Yes, what's up?
About the desired sound recordings.
Yes. What?
All done, I got a...
Really?
Yep.
Oh, really? I'm curious about that. Let's hear it. Oh, is that me on the recording?
I think so. I think you're having a lot of fun with a point-and-click adventure classic right now.
This is the game my boss made me play, isn't it?
Yeah. Police Quest 1 by Sierra Online. You, as a policeman, play a policeman. And the game was also programmed by a policeman. I think more law and order? It's not possible.
Honestly, the only thing I remembered from it's my hatred for the main character and her...
But you now also know that you better not taste the water from the water dispenser outside in the hallway.
True. This explicit on-screen death was very educational indeed.
So, are you satisfied with the recording? And now could I please see the security camera footage?
The recordings are not really a huge success, but I must acknowledge your creativity in interpreting law and order. Or in other words, the recordings are and will be added to my collection. Captain Paulie's tape archive is happy about every new addition. Of course.
Fine. Can I have a look at the surveillance pictures, please?
A promise is a promise. The camera in front of Ricky's store, then?
Yes. From last night, please.
Good. One moment. Here you go. Whoa! I think it's incredible how precise my nose has become over the years.
Wow. Is this the guy who cleans out Ricky's store?
I think so. And the case is also crystal clear.
Is it?
Sure. I know that silhouette well. I've seen it on dozens of recordings.
You mean?
I'm pretty sure. Even though you can't see any real details here, and a conviction based on a dark silhouette, unfortunately, has not yet been legitimised in the criminal code.
Please don't keep me in suspense like this.
Sorry, this guy is, with a probability, Back Alley Bob.
Back Alley Bob?
Yes.
Who is that?
Well, let's put it this way. Bob is the guy who gets you things, which Amazon does not have in stock. He specialises in mostly second-hand items, and a pretty shrewd guy. So far, we have not been able to prove any criminal acts against him, despite countless very photogenic shadow portraits, like this one.
Interesting. So this Back Alley Bob robbed Ricky's store?
At least that is very likely.
Any idea where I could find him?
Well, as the name Back Alley Bob already suggests, and sells his second-hand items acquired in a creative way.
Good. I think that already helps me. Thank you.
What do you want from Bob anyway?
He has something that I need for someone who will then take a photo in order to give a cat a last victory to make someone happy as a result.
Huh? That's all Greek to me. But actually, I don't. Be sure to watch out when you're dealing with Bob. The guy's pretty crafty.
Will do. And thanks again for the...
Sure. Come back anytime.
Oh, Steve, look! A new face! I wonder what he wants. Of course we know what he wants. That's what they all want who have heard of Bob's Drugstore. A first class and a choice selection of the most exciting items ever for sale. Say, Bob knows exactly what you're looking for. And yes, Bob, plenty of it. And if you take out a subscription, the monthly delivery is even free! Because at Bob's Drugstore, the customer is king. Say nothing except the address where you want your new annual subscription to be delivered, punctually on the 1st of each month. After confirming the validity of your credit card, of course. A card that the valued customer is best off leaving to Bob for safekeeping right away. Of course, this is only to counteract later problems.
But
I hear a but coming. Probably not a credit card? No problem. Cash payment is also possible at any time and well. However, to counteract creditworthiness problems, you must unfortunately also pay your annual subscription 12 months in advance. So now I would like to ask you to hand me the advance payment in cash in order to be allowed to profit in consequence for 12 months from the fabulous customer friendliness of Bob's Drugstore.
May I finally say something too?
What a question! Constant dialogue with the customer is one of the cornerstones of the service definition of Bob's Drugstore. Even if no further dialogue is needed to extend your subscription for 12 months. Because the renewal is completely automatic without inconveniencing you as a valued customer.
What kind of subscription? I haven't ordered anything.
Nothing, or customers with a sense of humor are especially valued at Bob's Drugstore. Isn't that right, Steve? Steve also likes customers with a sense of humor.
I guess I'll just have to be surprised then, and hope that my annual subscription will not be too expensive.
Running out of money? No problem. Bob's Drugstore also offers financing at attractive interest rates, with a valuable monthly interest rate tailored to the needs and creditworthiness of our valued clientele.
And what happens if I can no longer pay my monthly installment?
No credit card, no...
That pretty much sums it up.
Steve, he asked... The procedure that applies in this case is then explained to the valued customer face-to-face by my colleague, Steve.
Is there still a chance to withdraw from the contract and cancel my subscription?
Sorry. Transactions concluded directly at Bob's Drugstore or termination is possible in 12 months at...
Crap. Be that. Actually, I'm here for a completely different reason.
Is that at Bob's Drugstore?
Well, that would be great. Could I please have the camera equipment back that you took from Ricky's store?
What do you mean? No idea what the valued customer is talking about. But if the valued customer is interested in high-quality camera equipment, then Bob's Drugstore could certainly fulfill this wish for the small expense contribution of only €3,999.
3,999 euros? I don't have that much money.
Is the valued customer then all...
Yes, with a variable monthly interest rate.
That's right.
Sorry, unfortunately, I still cannot afford, and I have no interest in a visit from Steve due to non-payment on my part.
Then I would like to present a fourth way of payment to the...
Sure.
Is the customer familiar with the saying, one hand washes the other?
Sure. In principle, this is the main theme of the game. So what should I do? Hospitalize another valued customer who's behind on payments? Set fire to a...
No, nothing. Then... But something tells me you have a good connection to the other side.
Other side? The hero?
Nons to the power.
To the police?
Yep. At first, I thought you were a cop yourself, but a cop would not dare to go out on the street with such a hairstyle.
In fact, I know 1 or 2 policemen.
Of course. And I'm sure you know a cop who can disable the surveillance cameras that's up ahead on the street and pointed at Bob's Drugstore.
Oh, that would even be within the realm of possibility.
I thought so. And this service on your part...
3,490.
Because then I would have no reason...
Oh, and what?
Steve's super expensive gold, and the damn rat eats only this one... Well, it's true. You can also eat any other... But no, it has to be the most expensive of all. Go, but you are my best employee. And for my best employees, I accept all adversities and expenses. Sure. So I pretty much don't care how you do it. Get me a year's supply of golden delicious rat food.
I might ask Mary.
Do that.
Okay.
I still don't like what you are implying. But I'll put it to you this way, the chances that I'll have the right camera model for you are very high.
Fine. Your business model is none of my business. And I have to acknowledge that Bob's Drugstore is really customer-oriented.
Correct. There is no such thing as a can.
Alright. Give me a little time. I should be able to manage all that somehow.
You know where to find me, because Bob's Drugstore,
See you later then.
is to seeing you again soon.
Are you still looking for the great love? I might have a candidate here. This is Bob. He runs a kind of shop in the alley behind Alfredo's Pizzeria.
Whoa, he looks good. A second-hand dealer, you say?
Well, I'll put it bluntly. Bob deals with all kinds of stuff that somehow fell off the truck somewhere not quite voluntarily.
Oh, a bad boy then?
Of the worst kind. And thus, even if I hardly believe myself to say that now, probably exactly your type. You're still looking for a bad boy, aren't you?
You know me too well, my dear Scott. So, handsome and daring? I must get to know him. Oh, if only I wasn't so shy.
You? Shy? You work here day after day with the worst beasts, and now you're afraid of the man of your dreams?
A paradox, isn't it? Since you seem to already know the future Mr. Mary Rutherford, can't you play Cupid one last time? And unfortunately, I am totally at a loss. What if he doesn't like me? What if I'm too plain for him?
I think you're overthinking it. Bob may be a busy businessman, but I'm sure he'll recognize your qualities at first glance. And last but not least, you'd also be united by your love of animals.
Bob is fond of animals?
Yeah, I think his rat Steve's also his best friend. And Employee of the Month of Bob's Drugstore. I'm sure that with so many things in common, you guys will get along just fine.
So, do you think you can play love's advocate? And I would be forever grateful.
You can count on. I'll figure something, even though I don't understand why it has to be a...
You are... Back again?
Do we still have that immensely expensive rat food in stock?
The Golden Delicious? Quite possible. Why do you ask?
Because I was lucky enough to make the acquaintance of a rat that only eats this gourmet stuff, and I would need about a year's supply of it.
A year's supply, you say? I reserve for the most difficult cases.
Steve is an incredibly difficult case. He eats nothing else.
I can believe that. The more expensive the food, the better. I can't possibly just hand that over. You never know when you'll find another noble donor of this premium stuff.
Not even if it were the man of your dream.
Steve is the man of my dreams?
Not Steve, his employer. Bob.
Bob? The handsome guy whose photo you showed me?
He, to be precise.
Oh!
I thought you wanted me to ask about the opportunity for a date. Well, that's the opportunity. You make Steve happy, you make Bob happy, and in the end, you're all happy. The perfect happy ending.
Oh, my heart is pounding like mad. But why does the rat have to work for Bob?
Not at all. It's an employer-employee relationship at eye level. Bob idolizes Steve. Bob is really fond of animals. An animal-loving bad boy.
And you think I wouldn't be too boring?
I doubt it. And something tells me that if you keep Steve supplied with the Golden Delicious...
That would be so great!
I think so too! So, can I tell Bob that Steve will soon be swimming in premium food? Should I set up a date to hand over the food and start a great romance?
A date? I'm in a complete tizzy right now. I would not have expected such a twist day today.
If anyone deserves all the happiness in the world, it's you.
That is so sweet of you. Do you think I'm ready for a date?
It would have to be absolutely perfect, of course. So how did you imagine the date of your dreams would...
The date of my dreams? You will laugh at me, won't...
Certainly not. A sunset by the... A field. A romantic ride in a hot air balloon.
I'm afraid I'm a bit special in this regard as well.
Now I am curious.
Well, ever since I saw the movie Edward Scissorhands, the movie was so romantic.
True. Really? As for you... Of course I wish for a happy ending.
Sweet of you. Do you know such a place?
A gloomy place. For the beginning of the greatest romance of the century. I'll find it. Promise.
That would be so... I'm just so overwhelmed with...
Please give me a little more time. I am sure I will find the perfect place for you.
I can hardly wait. I'll start looking for a year's supply of Golden Delicious right away. And eagerly await your return. Hopefully with good news.
I don't know how you see it, but wouldn't this place be ideal for Mary and Bob's date? A gloomy place? Just like the scary castle in the movie Edward Scissorhands? In other words, exactly the place Mary wanted. But I'd better talk to Vlad before we abuse his estate as a romantic backdrop. Surely he doesn't mind. Well? Dressed all in black?
Oh, there he is again. The man to whom, and to answer your question.
Eternal gratitude. Let's start with the former. I'd have expected you to never speak a word to me again after not to mention the attack with the spray can.
Granted, but by arranging the role in this flick, I'm more talented, young man.
Sounds like you guys hit it off.
Even better. I will play the leading role in his next movie. An inexpensive art house horror film.
Well, that sounds really great.
Indeed. No visuals, just the camera.
No one else in the movie?
Nope. The movie is called Memoirs of a Bloodsucker. An old vampire ponders and reviews all the good.
Wow. It doesn't sound like the movie is for today's audience, though.
Probably not.
But the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences will probably love the flick. Sounds like you're already assured of the Oscar. And I'm incredibly happy for you.
Thank you very much, my young friend. But unfortunately...
Oh.
I already mentioned that. And I'm expected to appear there in my old Dracula costume. The one I used to wear all the time. Well, that's why I had given the costume to...
You didn't have any candy at home?
I don't like to share my candy.
You just gave away your beloved costume.
I no longer saw any use, and it seemed fitting.
What exactly are you missing now? I guess a black cape.
A cape, my black wig, and my pointed vampire fangs.
I can keep my eyes open for these three things. I would really like to see you in that role.
And I would really like to play that role.
All right, I'll take care of it on one condition.
Whatever it takes.
Please mention my name first in your acceptance speech at the Oscars.
Consider it done. Is there be anything else?
I would love to rent your gloomy wall for a romantic event.
Oh?
The decaying stone wall down the path, the one...
Oh, that wall. Did you school on app?
A really lovely person who has perhaps watched the classic film Edward Scissorhands a little. Her dream is to celebrate the first date with her.
I see. Well, but I have to tell you honestly, it's strange that in this day and age...
Oh, may I perhaps be of a little help to you in this, to speed up the process a bit? I think it's really high time that Mary and Bob get together and dance in the pale moonlight into a rosy future in front of a dilapidated wall with...
These are...
So whatever I can do...
Thank you. Of course. Is there...
I have to go.
See you soon.
Good idea. I could definitely make a great black cape out of these curtains. It's a good thing my grandmother forced me to learn the art of needle and thread when I was a child, even though sharp scissors would be quite enough for this job. Wah-ha! I'd forgotten what a talented tailor I am. I'm tempted to put the cape on myself and go on the hunt for crooks as a... Too bad about the beautiful broom. With this, I can probably kiss my Quidditch career goodbye. Well then. Good thing I already had plenty of experience as a hairdresser. I create all my own cosplay costumes and wigs for the science fiction events I attend regularly. I am a real artist. I could ask any amount of money for this wig on eBay. Pointed sharp scissors and what could possibly... I'm afraid I broke the skull. I've mentioned before that my talent for breaking things far exceeds my talent for making things whole again. But at least I have some nice pointed plastic teeth now. This black cape is exactly what you're looking for, isn't it?
You have a cape for me? Can I put it on right now?
In fact, I insist. Now that's what I call an impressive performance!
Indeed, right. The cape is great.
You just have to promise me one thing.
Whatever.
I might borrow the cape for a few days for next... I'll be an impressive Batman.
Of course. Maybe I will even be invited.
That would be amazing. I think this great black short hair wig should meet the requirements for your Dracula costume, right?
You actually found a wig for... I am thrilled. Can I try it out right away?
Why, of course. And I'm sure it will look great on you. Perfect! The artfully crafted wig will give you just the dignity you need to shine as Dracula.
You think so? It's a bit itchy and smells like floor polish.
Just wash it a few more times, it will subside.
Good, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I guess those great teeth should make you the Dracula you've always been. The most impressive screen bloods.
You actually found... May I ask?
Better not. I literally had to rip someone's head off for them.
Whoa! Fine, let's... The teeth are indeed impressive. The only question...
I suggest you just talk with your mouth closed. This immediately gives you an even more mysterious...
You have a really great idea. You should work in...
Better not. I probably couldn't handle my fame. I would eventually end up as a... No thanks. I think that would complete your Dracula costume, wouldn't it?
Indeed. And you saved my butt.
Don't mention it. All I had to do was commit deliberate theft. I was happy to do it.
And I don't really know how I could show my appreciation.
Not necessary. Just win an Oscar with your... That would make us even.
You have my mother. Welcome back to this.
I would love to rent your gloomy wall for a romantic event.
Oh?
The decaying...
Oh, did you? Cool.
A really lovely her dream.
Nice. Well, and after...
Really? Mary will be happy about that. And I'm sure that the gnarled tree, the dilapidated wall, and the dummy skulls provide exactly the ambience that she wants.
These are not...
And on top of that, the fact that for some inexplicable reason, the moon is always shining here. Although it should be around 12 noon. Absolutely perfect.
I'm glad you like my property. Unfortunately, I think it's high time for that.
I'd best get on the road right away and tell Mary and Bob the good news.
Well then, I wish you good luck, my young...
Back again?
I have great news! I have found the perfect place.
Really? Have you?
A gloomy place with and the most important ingredient.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. I would not have thought such a place really exists. How did you find this great scenery?
A good friend. Okay, he still owed me a favor and a...
Wow. You...
Not Vincent Price. The other VP. Vlad Popescu.
Oh.
So, I think it's time to put our money where our mouth is. Don't you think? I think you can't wait to meet...
I don't know where my head... I am so excited. Have you had a chance to talk to Bob yet? Maybe he's not in...
I really wouldn't worry about that. I already know the walkthrough of this game, but to be absolutely sure. And after that,
Thank you very much, What would I do without...
Hey, that's no... Happy to help. You really deserve all the luck in the...
That's sweet of you.
So go ahead and get out your... Because before long, May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up?
Could you please disable a very specific camera?
Disable a camera? Are you insane? My goal in life is to make our world safer by adding more and more surveillance cameras, not the deactivation of these lifesavers.
Please. It would be really important. And it's for a really good cause. And you're free to reactivate the camera in a few weeks.
So this is a temporary lifesaver deactivation?
Exactly. A few days would be enough for me. And after that, it's probably really better for the general public if the camera keeps an eye on the goings-on in the back alley of Alfredo's Pizzeria again.
Alfredo's Pizzeria? So this is about the camera I had installed to keep an eye on Back Alley Bob's sales booth?
The one and only.
Sorry. This camera is of essential importance for the common good. I can't possibly disable it. Bob and his talking rat are a constant threat to the general public. I'm firmly convinced of that. It is impossible to imagine what capital crimes will be committed if I close the eyes of justice even for a minute.
And what if I do the eyes of justice one more small favour?
Are you trying to bribe a cop right now?
Of course not. I am simply offering you my services as an auxiliary policeman again. Surely I could add a recording or two to your phenomenal collection of law-related audio recordings? For official use only, of course. After all, I still have your great microphone in my backpack.
When you put it this way, in fact, I'd like one more recording to round out my collection of law-related audio, and I wanted to ask you anyway, while you're still...
I'll do that, of course. After this last recording, and after the camera is disabled.
Alright, I better not ask you why exactly you want to disable the camera. We may clarify that later. And as for the recording...
Which I will be happy to create for you.
I'm still missing something relevant to the topic of the Mafia.
The Mafia? Cool! This is an order I can't refuse. Consider the job done. A job for which I am definitely the right person. I must have seen The Godfather parts 1 to 3 100 times. And
good for you. But I'm not really interested in your know-how for movie and television. I need some real-world recordings on the subject. And you can believe me that the Mafia from the real world has nothing to do with the romanticised mafiosa from the screen.
Not? Well, I better get going right away.
Good. And don't get any ideas about pointing the mic at your TV while watching The Sopranos. I notice it when the actors in your recording speak in Tony Soprano's voice.
Great idea! It's time to serve another cliché in this game. Where would you be more likely to overhear a mafia conversation than in an Italian restaurant? At this point, I would also like to apologise to my Italian players. The developer of this game still thought the whole thing was kinda funny. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing work at all? Maybe the batteries run out. Maybe I'll have more success now. The local mafia remains silent. Well, and again, no success. Unfortunately, the local mafia remains silent. Last try now.
Alfredo's Pizzeria, Alfredo speaking. Yeah? Hello?
Hey, is that the Rad Pizza place with the sensational vegan cheese pizza?
Indeed. The sensational vegan pizza is only available here at Alfredo's. Would you like to place an order?
Nope. I would just like to join you guys. And I am ready to spend a fair amount of money. Your pizza is totally awesome.
Uh-huh. I am glad that you liked my pizza.
Totally awesome. Huh?
But I'm not currently looking for a shareholder.
But hey, I'll make you an offer you can't possibly refuse.
That may be so. Nevertheless, I'm not interested in a shareholder.
But hey, that would be a mistake. A very big mistake. And I'll let you be in my new movie too.
Unfortunately, I have no acting talent whatsoever.
Neither do I. But hey, so just give me a figure.
Good. I do not want a shareholder. For no money in the world.
Alfredo, you make me sad. And you're supposed to make me rich.
I thought you were rich already.
Yes, I am, but your sensational vegan cheese pizza makes me even richer.
Sorry.
But hey, there must be a way we can come to an agreement. Just tell me what it is that you want. Lots of ladies? Fast cars? A house with a pool in Ibiza? Just say it.
I think the only thing I want is to end this conversation.
Nah, come on. Give Good Clint a figure. And then we'll make a deal.
1,600 euros. That's how much the annual subscription to my sensational vegan cheese pizza costs. With a guaranteed weekly delivery within a radius of 50 kilometers. And if you keep pestering me to become a shareholder, you'll end up on my no pizza list.
So that means no more sensational vegan cheese pizza for superstar Clint Ackenthorpe?
No sensational vegan cheese pizza for life.
It's okay. 1,600 euros? I guess that's an offer I can't refuse. I think we have a deal.
Great! I am pleased to welcome you as a regular customer at Alfredo's Pizzeria.
Hey, take care. We'll chat again later about the partnership thing.
Please don't. I don't want to. Goodbye.
Wow! What exciting recording! I knew that Clint liked the pizza from Alfredo, but who would have thought that it would develop into such an obsession? The recording's rather irrelevant from a forensic point of view. It is entertaining in any case. The Hollywood Mafia really had a tough time with the local Mafia. The local Mafia does not give up its territory so easily. I like it. May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up?
About the desired sound recordings.
Yes, what about it?
All done! I have a great recording document.
Really? That sounds exciting. Let's hear it.
It's a great recording, isn't it?
Could it be that you just overheard someone ordering a pizza? I wanted a recording that proves the machinations of the local Mafia.
But this recording just has everything. A rich Hollywood godfather's trying to put the local pizza mafia out of business by he makes an offer that his counterpart cannot possibly refuse. He threatens his opponent with evil retribution if he refuses. He tries bribery. He tries flattery.
And in the end, he buys a pizza. Somehow I can't see any criminal energy in that.
He doesn't just buy a pizza. He subscribes to an expensive pizza plan. And even though his original plan didn't work out, he now has a first foot in his counterpart's business. Extremely deceitful.
Kid, could it be that your imagination has run away with you?
But why? After 6 seasons of The Sopranos, It always starts out totally harmless and ends with a body buried in the woods.
Oh dear, you should really stop your consumption of television series.
Well, normally I only watch Star Trek, but The Sopranos still managed to captivate me. So we have a deal? Can you please disable the surveillance camera that has Back Alley Bob in its sights now?
Honestly? Unfortunately, you'll record, even though I don't want to deny it a certain entertainment value. So? I would possibly agree to deactivate the camera for a day to honour your efforts. And the time must then be enough for you to conduct your illegal business with Back Alley Bob hidden from...
Only one day? Not for longer?
Be glad that I deactivate the camera at all. Such a blind spot on the map of the law always makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Fine. It's probably better I don't even try to haggle with you.
Oh, and one more...
Yes?
I would like my microphone back. Your recording should have calibrated the device perfectly by now.
Why? Of course. Such great surveillance technology in every second iPhone.
I think so too.
You say, are you still single?
What kind of strange question is that?
Because a friend of mine is looking for a bad boy, and I somehow think you would be perfect together.
You think I'm a bad guy? I am a businessman.
But of course, be that as it may. Look here.
Well, hello there. Who is that cute grey mouse?
This is Mary. She runs the city's animal shelter, and for reasons I can't explain, is on a quest to find the bad boy of her dreams. She's nice, she is kind, she is righteous, and thus probably pretty much the direct opposite of you.
Hey, I am nice and kind, isn't that right? There, you have the confirmation.
Sorry, because of your friendship with your rat, you would definitely be well in with Mary. Mary has a big heart for strays, and therefore probably also a big heart for you.
That's what I'm saying. So, when can I meet her, this, sweet grey mouse?
Just pay her a visit at the animal shelter.
Just like that? Nope. I don't have the courage to do that. What if I'm not her type?
In fact, I'm afraid you're absolutely her type. But why so shy? You surely have to deal with the worst types and cutthroats here.
That's right. But Steve keeps these bad guys and cutthroats away from me. And I deal... And you didn't hold the photo in front of my nose for no reason now.
So you want me to play the advocate of love?
If you want to put it that way.
Will I get the photo equipment from you after that?
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have...
Too bad. It was worth a try. Alright, I'll think about something in relation to Mary. I like romance and happy endings.
You would? Thank you very much. I can't wait to meet Mary. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I found the perfect place for your date with Mary!
Really? For a date with the cute grey mouse from the animal shelter?
With Mary, the one and only. A dreamlike, gloomy scenery, guarded by some darn real-looking dummy skulls.
That does sound a bit weird. But then again, my life... So, I'm ready! When do you want to start?
I think there's no reason to waste any more time. Mary can hardly wait. And I, as the reigning date doctor, have to acknowledge that you are probably the bad boy of her dreams.
Great! Then let me quickly get my going-out trench coat, and then I'll...
Do that. You can't miss the Popescu estate a few villages away. Well, and I am already getting ready for one of the most elaborate cutscenes in this game. Finally, I have nothing to do here, and can just enjoy a nice cinematic. Well then, I think now it's time for some romance, don't you? I have now really mastered my job as Cupid's advocate with flying colours. I'm so happy that Mary's finally found the bad boy of her dreams. And how lucky for us that Vlad's gloomy backdrop has one of Captain Pauly's surveillance cameras hanging on it. This allows us to play fly on the wall and witness Bob and Mary's date firsthand. Are you excited as I am? Action!
There you are.
And there you are. The woman of my dreams.
The husband of my Wait. You are a smoker?
No. Just a man with a nervous tic.
So the cigarette is not lit?
The only thing that is lit here is my desire for you.
Thank God. You scared me for a second.
I can understand that.
A woman with a multi-cat household has no use for a man who is hooked on smokes, no matter how handsome he may be.
So, you're fond of animals?
My life is dedicated to our four-legged friends.
Because I only come in a package with a furry roommate.
I think that's lovely.
And its furry extended family.
I love kids.
With very special culinary requirements.
I have already pre-ordered 2 annual rations of golden delicious.
You really think of everything. Has anyone ever told you how superbly your eyes sparkle in the pale moonlight?
Tell me more.
And your red hair glows blazing like the flames of the setting sun.
What else?
The gloomy shadows of your shapely silhouette make my heart shiver pleasantly.
Oh, you are such a romantic.
And you are such a cute little tootsie. I can hardly believe my luck.
No doubt. You are the bad boy of my dreams.
And you are my honey bunny.
My little rat tooth.
My little kitty.
Hold my hand.
We should not.
We absolutely should.
Your mother will hate me.
My 2 fathers would disagree with that.
I am not worthy of your good soul after all.
But our souls complete each other wonderfully. I am the yin.
To my yang. I am the lid.
To my pot.
Oh, Mary.
Oh, Bob.
So that's how it started. The romantic saga of Bob and Mary. And a fat, furry rat named Steve. And once again, the saying proved true. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. A lonely soul found the bad boy of her dreams. A not-so-bad boy and a hungry rat found golden delicious rat food for life. And they all lived happily ever after, with a good chance of appearing in the second installment of this great adventure game. Aww, I got all misty-eyed. Let's hope that Steve and Mary's 1,000 cats get along well. Finally, a happy ending. But now I have to make sure that there's a happy ending for Mr. Fumbleclaw. We'll talk a little more later, okay? I really have to get going. And save the world!
There he is. Scott Whiskers, Cupid's advocate. The date doctor. The man who brings together the lonely hearts of this city.
Oh, this really is too much of an honor.
Honor to whom honor is due.
How are things going with you and Mary?
Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. Mary really is a great woman.
She really is, isn't she?
And Steve can hardly believe his luck either.
And I'm also happy for you, Steve, of course. A naive, lonely soul, a backyard crook, his fat rat, and an angel on earth.
There is no doubt about that.
And I almost feel guilty now to get back to our contractual agreement.
No problem. It's about the super expensive photo equipment
Exactly.
Do you now have the 3,999 euros to release it?
3,999 euros?
Ha ha ha! I thought you might say yes. But don't worry. Bob is a man of his word. Steve is swimming in golden delicious brand rat food thanks to you. And a happy Steve means a happy Bob.
And a happy Scott?
Why, of course! So again, thanks for a hand with... And if you should ever be looking for something out of the ordinary, then...
Great. Thank you. And I wish you three all the best for the future. These prints in the floor. I bet this is where Ricky's super expensive camera equipment used to be. I better put them back in their place. Good. I'm pretty sure that the camera is positioned correctly. Well then, smile. Ricky's camera is really a fine piece of engineering. This photo is first class. And unless you know better, no one realizes that this is not Mr. Fumbleclaw. Hey, Ricky.
Oh, the man with the hairstyle problem is back.
Oh, why so grumpy? Because I have great news!
Is that so? Yes, sorry. I had a major customer of my cat hair knit hats bail on me this morning. But you are right. I shouldn't project my anger onto my customers. You said something about great news?
I found your super expensive photo equipment again!
Really?
Really?
How did you manage to do that?
I think it's better you don't know the details. Just be happy.
That's bad.
As I said.
Fine. Then I guess I owe you a debt of gratitude.
Now that you bring it up. A certificate proving that Mr. Fumbleclaw... Can I get the certificate now, please?
And you guarantee me to keep quiet about this process? Otherwise, my integrity as the organizer of the competition will be worth nothing.
Promised.
Okay, anyway, I want to have as little as possible to do with the details of this integrity killer. So I think it would be good if you bring me the winning photo, and then I will create the certificate for you.
I have a photo of Mr. Fumbleclaw here.
Well, hello there.
Yeah, your photo equipment is really high quality. Ideally suited for great cat photos.
As a professional and organizer of a countrywide and that includes high-quality winning photos and certificates.
Speaking of which, we had a deal. I'll get your photo equipment back and you...
Of course, and I am true to my word. Then I can finally bring this year's competition to a close.
Great. How long will it take?
Not long.
Wow! This looks great!
You're welcome. Even though your fraudulent intention regarding the certificate is not entirely clear to me, I hope it will serve its purpose.
It will. I'm quite sure of that. And rest assured, you did it for a really good cause.
Whatever. The main thing is that you keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, there goes my reputation as king of cat beauty pageants.
You have my word. Well, I'd better get going then too.
Do that.
See you sometime.
Farewell. And do something with your hair. It looks really awful.
I have been busy and have great news.
So?
Pizza, I am the bearer of great news regarding Mr. Fumbleclaw.
You mean Lord Fumbleclaw?
Whatever you want to call him.
Did it? Have you finally found him?
Indeed I have.
Oh? Where was he?
Well, the story is quite long. Do you have time?
Actually, no. You better finally tell me the great news.
Alright. After a curious turn of incidents, which I don't... Lord Fumbleclaw actually sits on the throne of the beauty contest, Ricky's Finest, again this year.
Really? Ha! The wretched Lady Buford will sink to the ground in shame. Her mangy cat once again had no chance against my champions. This is absolutely great.
Indeed it is.
I hope you also have the certificate which proves I cannot and will not rely on the word of a pizza boy.
Of course.
Absolutely perfect.
So, Lord Fumbleclaw can retire now?
In fact, it has now claimed its 5th win in a row. And at this age, the fur begins to become shaggy. That's why I prefer to focus on the upcoming champion, Duke Bukehairtuft.
Duke Bukehairtuft.
Yes, he will make sure that Lady Buford will be humiliated in the coming year as well. A beautiful young cat, at the beginning of a promising career.
Poor kitty. Be that as it may, I will then visit the animal shelter and...
Do this. As a pizza boy but as a member of the lower class. Probably for drugs. Or other illegal stuff. Goodbye. And next time, don't forget the pizza.
Hi, Scott. Do you have any news regarding this contest Frodo has to win?
Ready for some terrific news?
Terrific news? Can I assume that's what I think it's about?
Well, as an official employee of the City Animal Shelter, after a thorough review of the facts, I have the honour to inform you that Frodo the Cat, also known as Mr. Fumbleclaw, will be released into your care, so that both said cat and its owner may have a happy future. Furthermore, in my official capacity, with a minimum 30-minute right to extensive cuddling and petting.
So you actually made it?
I did.
I really get to keep Frodo?
You may. And I wouldn't know a better home for the white kitty.
And Lady Longbottom was really okay with that?
The lady who's not particularly fond of animals has in fact quite officially sent Frodo off to the animal shelter, so everything is legal.
I don't even know what to say. You made a man, his dog and cat very happy today.
Nonsense. You're making me blush. I was happy to do that. Even if it was not an easy task, to admit. I had a lot of moon logic puzzles to solve, but in the end, not least thanks to my years of experience as a player of point-and-click adventure games.
Point-and-click adventures? I think I once watched my nephew play one. Don't you think our story here would make a great story for an adventure game?
Funny you should mention that. In fact, the thought has crossed my mind before. Unfortunately, I don't know how to code at all.
Aren't you a computer science major?
Long-term computer science student. There's a reason for the long term. But I know a sympathetic head in a jar who can. I'm sure he'll be happy to help me once he gets his body back. The game is guaranteed to be a total hit.
It most certainly will. Wouldn't you like to get to know Frodo?
You mean face to face?
Of course.
Sure. Absolutely. Do I have permission to enter your house?
Today and whenever you want. After all, I have received from the animal shelter the official requirement to grant you unhindered access to the cat at any time.
You have.
And besides...
Great! Finally, I get to know Frodo, the star of a future point-and-click adventure game. Scott Whiskers in The Search for Frodo. That sounds great. So I'll see you at your house in a bit.
Yep. I'll brush Buddy once or twice more. And then, oh, Buddy, he will be overjoyed that his new buddy doesn't have to move out again.
Are you as excited as I am? Finally, we get to meet Frodo! After all the hardships, after all the almost unsolvable tasks, after all the strange characters we've met and survived. Finally. But despite this joy, I'm also a little sad. It also means that our adventure together is now slowly coming to an end. But honestly, I don't regret a second. I've rescued a cat, I've brought lovers together, I got to meet a great movie star, and I got to taste the world's best sensational vegan cheese pizza. What more could I ask for? You really can't expect much more from a point-and-click adventure game, can you? Okay, be that as it may, enough yakking. It's time to meet the legend on four paws in person. I actually just wanted to express that I enjoyed the time with your company very much. And I hope very much that we'll meet again one day. How are you? You white fluff ball? Do you have any idea what kind of adventures you've gotten me into? No, of course not. You made a nice little life for yourself here while I had to master almost unsolvable tasks. But don't get me wrong, finding you here safe and well-fed was really worth every effort. The whole thing could have ended far worse. The time in the box with the flea combs must have been hell. Your species' penchant for cardboard boxes almost did you a disservice. It's a good thing you ended up with Dr. Stringer. Nothing better could have happened to you. But I imagine you still living with Lady Longbottom, gives me creeps. I think you really have it good here. And I hear you've already found a new four-legged friend. But please, promise me you'll keep an eye on him. And I think Buddy has a little cat litter problem. Crazy Buddy. So, and I can promise you that we'll see each other even more often. Most certainly. Your great fur just screams for me to bury my hands in it. And speaking of which, would you mind if we cuddle a bit now? I couldn't imagine a nicer ending to a point-and-click adventure than to pet a cat at the very end. That's how every game should end. I'm glad we can agree on this. So come here, you white fluffy kitty. Aww, a happy ending. How nice. But did you doubt it for a second? I don't. And yet, I certainly couldn't have done it without you. And probably would have already been eaten by Lord Longbottom's thirsty chihuahua. With your analytical skills in solving difficult tasks, and my good looks, the story could only end well. The story of a young man who went out to find a cat, defied every adversity along the way, to finally embrace the sought-after kitty safe and sound. A young man who made a few new friends on his journey, evil monsters defied, and even survived an encounter with Susie Longbottom. A young man with a bright future as a pizza boy. Lovers were brought together. An almost forgotten movie star brought back to life. A hamster rescued. Marveled at a talking head in a jar. And performed other heroic deeds. Seriously. This was a victory all along the line. Drat, Frodo's fur is wonderfully soft. Where was I? Ah, yes. I thank you very much that I had the opportunity to meet you. And it would be great if you tell your friends about me. And who knows? Maybe we'll see each other again soon. So don't go too far away. Unless you need to pet your cat, dog, or hamster right now. With this in mind, take care. And as I say goodbye with Spock's words, live long and prosper.